this morning. Which Infinity Stone was located on Vormir, 215-263-WMMR. Our phone screener's not working.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go to mystery caller. Nope, that didn't work. Hi, caller, can you hear me? You're on the air. What's your name, buddy?
This is Don.
All right, Don. Do you know which Infinity Stone was located on Vormir?
Soulstone.
Soulstone is correct. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We, sir, are going to give you, for a correct answer, a family 4-pack of tickets to the 2023 Philadelphia Auto Show, January 28th, February 5th. February 5th. At the PA Convention Center, over 30 indoor vehicles in motion at Camp Jeep E-Track, and for the first time ever, the Ram Track.
Ram Track.
And you can experience the ride. Tickets at phillyautoshow.com. At the box office this weekend, number one was Avatar, again, The Way of Water, $45 million now.
Did you see that it is now officially broken even?
No, I did not know that.
Everything here on in, and it looks to be a pretty profitable here on in, is profit.
It has become the 7th highest grossing film ever. I did see that.
Yes.
It surpasses Jurassic World at $1.67 billion. Would that be correct?
Billion?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. It says million, but there's no way that's right. Number two was that movie Megan.
Yes.
Came in at $30.2 million, followed by Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, A Man Called Otto, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. I Want to Dance with Somebody was 6. Then you have The Whale, Babylon, Violent Night, and rounding out the top 10 was The Menu.
My dad saw A Man Called Otto. He said it was his favorite Tom Hanks movie since Big.
Wow.
Now, this is my dad giving a review, so take it with a grain of salt, but he thought A Man Called Otto was really well done.
What's it about?
He's a curmudgeon, right?
Yeah, he's that curmudgeon-y guy. He lives in the neighborhood. It's the same author, Preston, as that soccer book you told me about. Is A Man Called Ove was the name of the book. And, Otto's just Tom Hanks is his older dude who... that there is light that's brought into his life by his
Did
neighbors.
you say soccer book or did you mean hockey book?
Hockey book.
Yep.
But I meant sake.
Okay.
Hawker.
The sake book. You know that.
The
one.
Hawker book.
Yeah. I think I've done that twice.
All right. So the Kardashian-Jenner family is going through a lot right now. According to Us Weekly, Kylie Jenner and Travis Scott have gone their separate ways after spending the holidays apart. The pair previously split in 2019. They got back together in 2020. A source said that Kylie and Travis are off again. They were supposed to spend the holidays together, but she went to Aspen to be with her family and friends up there. It's happened so many times before. They're known to be on again, off again, but always remain friends and great co-parents.
Spent the weekend skiing down Chloe.
They have a 4-year-old daughter, Stormy, and 11-month-old son whose name that they have yet to reveal. Now, Kris Jenner and Khloe Kardashian are doing their best to be there for Tristan Thompson after he unexpectedly lost his mother, Andrea Thompson, Thursday due to a heart attack.
Yes.
Source told E! News that Kardashian was alongside Thompson when he left Los Angeles to be with his family in their most difficult time of need.
That's the thing. When you get married, you bring other people and the extended family into your life as well. And so, after you split, sometimes those relationships still remain.
Yep, absolutely. All right, I have another Kardashian-related story. Billy Bush. We should have some audio of this.
We do.
Welcome to the Jenner Sphere. Billy Bush
This one's about Billy Bush.
is
Little fella.
he is in the news for another hot mic moment, this time over a crass joke that he made about Kendall Jenner. The entertainment journalist was fired from NBC in 2016 after the infamous Access Hollywood tape, if you recall. Bush's comments about Jenner's Halloween costume were caught on mic. The model dressed up as Toy Story's Jessie, but Jenner's version of the yodeling cowgirl was more of a risque look. By the way, it's a great picture.
It is a great picture.
Wonderful in it.
She looks, and I think his comment is fairly innocuous.
I would agree. Bush quipped on set, Kendall goes as Jessie, and believe me, there were a lot of Woodies. So that isn't the joke. And here we have the clip. So here we go.
Kendall goes as Jesse. And believe me, there were a lot of Woodies.
So what they were doing is they were throwing around lines to use in the report, and that was one that he threw out there, and it didn't make it on air. The extra host had quipped, and the line they ended up using was, "It's going to be hard to see Toy Story the same way ever again," as opposed to Kendall goes as Jessie, and believe me, there were a lot of Woodies. So whatever, they're throwing ideas around.
And it was
That's
never
what they do.
They were going to pick the one that made it to air.
Yeah.
How this made it out, who released this, no one knows. But I think the show is standing by them, the producers, right?
Yeah, and so they should.
So he makes a safe Woody joke.
Yeah.
And she's dressed like this very sexy character.
Yeah.
And he's in trouble for that?
Well, not really. I mean, so a source says that Bush's remark was made in an environment similar to that of a writer's room. While taping the show, various comments and jokes are thrown out to see what sticks. That line about Jenner obviously didn't make the cut. The insider says Bush's comment falls under protected speech. But yeah, it's pretty harmless. It's what you do. You throw these lines around, and sometimes you go, nah, we can't use that.
Right. And they didn't.
That's a bit much. That's kind of pushing the envelope a little bit.
Right,
So
exactly.
Whatever. So I think much ado about nothing.
I think we should go home.
Ron Jeremy is reportedly unfit to stand trial for dozens of counts of sexual assault, including rape, because prosecutors say they have found that he is suffering from clinical memory loss. According to the LA Times, a former porn star is believed to have severe dementia, a diagnosis reached after consultations from medical experts enlisted by both the prosecution and the defense, respectively.
So they both came back with that determination. Okay. I thought it was just a ploy.
No, the report also says there's no indication that he's faking or anything like that. So it's both prosecution and defense have put their experts on it to check, and sure enough, it's what they've said.
Wow, look at this picture of him. He does not look good.
Oh yeah,
he never looked good.
Well, no, but this is like, I mean, he's super thin and has aged tremendously.
Yeah, I don't think they've allowed him to dye his hair now that he's been being held. So now he's all fully gray.
How old is he?
He is, Casey, it's a good question.
Gotta be in his 70s.
It says in my story
69.
here. Okay. So,
yeah, man.
Apropos.
Come on.
So now that his condition has been confirmed, the Times says, citing an L.A. County deputy DA, that Jeremy will be declared incompetent as early as January 17th, which essentially stops the proceedings against him and will likely see him being sent to a state-run hospital. The DA is apparently keeping the door open for future prosecution if Jeremy shows improvement, but as of now, there's no sign of that happening anytime soon.
It's wild because he crossed over into sort of pop culture, the general field of pop culture, out of the porn business. There was a documentary about him that received critical success, and he became sort of like the go-to porn guy. And, he was this mess. We had him on the show a couple of times, but then all these women started to come forward in that industry saying that he had really overstepped his place.
He was hit with a 30-count indictment in 2021 that included allegations from 21 different women, all claiming he'd forced himself on them in one way or another dating back decades. The alleged victims ranged in age from 15 to 51. He pled not guilty to all of it. Jeremy's charges represent what some said was a long overdue reckoning in the adult film industry, where lines could easily be blurred and teetered over into criminal behavior. Of course, the alleged victims are upset by this latest decision, calling it justice eluded. But if he's deteriorated, then he can't, he can't effectively defend himself.
If the information gleaned from the doctors from both sides, then you kind of have to accept that that's what's going on.
Yep. Chelsea Handler is grateful for her relationship with Joe Coy, even though the pair went their separate ways in July. She got candid with Entertainment Tonight about the effects in the relationship that the relationship had on her. And she said, I kind of had lost my faith in men. And then I got into a relationship, and that faith was renewed, and it made me open-minded and open-hearted, and I remained that way.
Why didn't they stay together?
She said, I believe in love, and I love the way that love can light you up. But not with this guy.
Yeah.
All right.
So she's always saying wonderful things about him.
Yeah, they were in love.
True love.
So I very rarely report on the Real Housewives stuff.
Yes.
Because I just don't care for it.
Once in a while, a story is so huge.
Like this one. I actually have two of them.
Right.
Okay, so the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City star Jen Shah has been sentenced to 6.5 years in prison for her role in a fraud scheme that targeted people who were mostly over the age of 55.
Horrible.
Shaw pleaded guilty to the telemarketing scheme and appeared in court in New York City on Friday. When given the chance to speak in court, she reportedly said, "I am sorry. My actions have hurt innocent people. I want to apologize by saying I am doing all I can to earn the funds to pay restitution."
Yeah.
After her sentence was announced, her attorney, Priya Chaudhry, said in a statement, Jen Shah deeply regrets the mistakes that she has made and is profoundly sorry to the people that she has hurt. Jen has faith in our justice system, understands that anyone who breaks the law will be punished, and accepts this sentence as just. Jen will pay her debt to society, and when she is a free woman again, she vows to pay her debt to the victims harmed by all her mistakes. I don't have the details of everything behind this.
It's a telemarketing scheme, and they were targeting people who were just very vulnerable, and so that was the deal.
But you know what they were pitching them?
I think it was some sort of retirement or some sort of medical thing, whatever the usual scam is.
Okay.
You know, insurance, something on that level.
Okay.
But she deeply regrets being caught.
She does deeply regret being caught. Now, the other one is the fact that Lisa Rinna is walking away from the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after 8 seasons on the show.
Crushes me.
I'm sure.
Because I am so invested in these wonderful women.
In a statement to People magazine, she said, "This is the longest job that I've held in my 35-year career."
It's actually really crazy when you think about it.
The lips on her. Oh, my God.
They're real big.
She said, "I am grateful to everyone at Bravo."
I love my sisters.
Excuse me?
I love them, my sisters.
I loved all my sisters.
I love them, my sisters.
I love them like my
God
sisters.
damn it.
I'm sorry. I'm a little hard of hearing. It's me. It's not you.
It's okay.
So she said, "I'm grateful to everyone at Bravo and all those involved in the series. It's been a fun 8-year run, and I'm excited for what is to come."
You know who's very happy about this decision is Harry Hamlin, because he made it clear that he was never a big fan of her being on the show.
This news comes after Kathy Hilton famously told Rena that she was the biggest bully in Hollywood.
Oh.
And everyone knows it. That was at the show's reunion last year.
Well, maybe Damon Feldman can do a Lisa Rinna Shaw fight.
That'd be nice.
Real Housewives fight.
So Rinna was also booed at BravoCon in October, where she jokingly told the outlet made her feel like a wrestler. Okay. Like bad guy wrestler or something like that, I guess.
How many of these shows are there now? You have Real Housewives of
How many
Salt
Real
Lake?
Housewives? There's a bunch of them.
Steve, I just looked it up because I had the same question. 10.
10?
10 different versions of
Real
them.
Housewives of Atlanta, Real Housewives of New Jersey.
Yeah, Salt Lake was the 10th of the 10.
And is there Real Housewives of Hawaii?
I forget.
All right.
I've already forgotten.
Yeah, me too.
I've never watched any of those.
I just hated the whole concept of it. Here are the ultimate privileged and
annoying
and annoying.
Yeah.
And then they put on this this fake side of creating these
dramas.
And it's just like, please shut up.
Flip the table now.
Yeah. So
There is an 11th, Dubai.
Yes.
Okay.
You know the Dubai people?
The Dubai people like the Flintstones. No, don't like the Flintstones, but the people of Abu Dhabi do.
That is correct. Yes.
So this whole
It
segment
never gets old.
I've told that in front of my kids like 3 or 4 times.
Do they get it?
Yeah, they get it, but they just shake their head of why I find it so funny.
Funny, yeah.
They're wrong.
I'm not really into the dad jokes, but that one,
Yeah.
I love that one.
It's a good one.
The people of Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but the people of Abu Dhabi do.
How's that not funny?
I love.
Come on.
That's a good one. So the Nepo babies are striking back. In Style shared a photo on to Instagram Friday that shows Hailey Bieber in Los Angeles wearing a white T-shirt with Nepo Baby written on the front.
Bieber.
And according to People, Gwyneth Paltrow commented on the post and said, "I might need a few of these too."
How quick Nepo Baby just suddenly exploded.
Came out of nowhere.
Right.
Yeah. So it continues on.
I mean, so and Tom Hanks spoke on it. If you worked in if you had a hardware business and your kids wanted to get into that business, you would be able to usher them through a little bit.
Sure, absolutely. But essentially, it comes down to you have to be able to do the job.
Got to be able to
And
sell
if you
that
can't,
furniture.
Then forget it.
Yeah.
You're not going to be a part of it anymore. At the premiere of 80 for Brady Friday night, Jane Fonda told The Hollywood Reporter that she was, quote, completely starstruck when she first met Tom Brady. She said he was kind and humble, which is hard to believe considering how brilliant he is at what he does, but it's true. She said he was also sweet and polite. And she also said, my knees actually got weak when he walked into my trailer.
Well, she's in her 80s.
She said, I am in awe of that kind of skill. When somebody is the best in the world at what they do, you have to honor and respect that. So she was a little smitten by him.
I'm curious to see what the reviews of this movie end up being, because it is an interesting concept. It's certainly a high concept that you have these older women who are huge Tom Brady fans.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a real narrow band to operate on, but if they pull it off, great.
I think it's cute. I think it's a fun idea. And look at the level of talent. I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking about Jane Fonda, Rita Moreno, Sally Field, and Lily Tomlin as far as a 4-women lineup right there. That's a lot of
That is
talent.
pretty amazing.
So it looks like it could be a lot of fun. We'll see how it pans out. Let me see a couple more quick stories. Oh, this was sad to see. 8 is Enough star Adam Rich, played Nicholas.
Yes.
Passed away over the weekend. He was 54 years old.
This it simultaneously blew my mind, and I was like, oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, he's had demons all his life.
Yeah. It said a family told TMZ that he died on Saturday at his Los Angeles area home. His cause of death is not yet known. They're not releasing anything about that.
Did you watch the show at all?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
every
I did as
bit
well.
of it.
Yeah. You guys probably don't.
No,
I
yeah.
know. We watched it, but I couldn't tell you anything about it.
You
I
must
mean,
have watching reruns then, yeah?
No, we watched it live. But
really?
yeah. So I have an older sister, and back in those days, when somebody liked the show,
Yes.
you watched
Everybody
it as a
watched
family.
it.
So
Most
I mean,
definitely.
that's the reason why I watched Little House on the Prairie, and but I did, but I couldn't tell you.
The show had
much about
all
it.
sorts of interesting things that happened with it. The original mom in 8 is Enough died. She was actually John Travolta's girlfriend, and she died of cancer. And then they brought on Betty Buckley, who was the mom, and then there were some cast issues. And I forget who's one of the daughters had a full mental breakdown.
Yes. I remember that.
yes.
We played clips of her on the air. Was she Susan on the
I think she was
show?
Susan, yeah.
And that was heartbreaking.
It was very sad.
She thought that there were aliens that were telecommunicating with her, and they were going to take her in a
Right.
black hole to do this. Now, like she had, she had a real mental breakdown.
And he was, there were 1 or 2 stories of him breaking into like Rite Aids and being discovered,
He had a heroin problem as a young man.
Yeah.
So I don't, we're under the assumption that this was maybe drug related or something, but they haven't released anything yet.
They say there are no signs of foul play. They just found him.
Yeah, many in Hollywood took to social media to honor the late actor, including some other child stars like Lydia Cornell and Todd Bridges had reached out to share their grief. But yeah, that's sad news to hear that ended that way for him. He was 54 years old, Adam Rich. Another one we lost too soon. According to the Hollywood Reporter, the Taste Awards are going to pay tribute to late Bob Saget by changing the name of their comedy award. The category will now be called the Bob Saget Award for Best Comedy and Humor. I
Wow.
think that's nice.
That's quite an honor.
Yep. So I'm not familiar with the Taste Awards.
Yes, you can actually eat their awards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
that's
All right.
good.
So make a
Tastes
nice
like licorice.
an edible trophy that you can take with
Exactly.
you. Okay. The chair of the Taste Awards,
You can eat the chairs.
A.K. Crump, said that we are honored to be able to remember Bob and his contribution to our culture, the families, and to comedy with this newly renamed award.
Crump.
Yeah. Deadline reports that Yellowstone star Wes Bentley said the show's creator, Taylor Sheridan, knows how he wants to wrap up the storyline.
You're totally into Yellowstone,
Oh
right?
my God, yeah, I love
All
it.
right.
Yes.
During a panel at the Screen Actors Guild headquartered in Los Angeles on Friday, Bentley said, he has said to me that he knows how he wants to end it, and that that was a while ago, and I'm sure he didn't know how we were going to get there, but he does know how. So he's got a definitive idea of
He said he
how
wants it to be purgatory.
the show to end. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all actually in purgatory.
Wow.
And this guy's character is interesting. You hate him sometimes, then you feel bad for him, then you're hoping,
Wes
rooting for
Bentley?
him. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's roll through some clips if you don't mind. An intuitive neurosurgeon who discovers that she's the heir to a family of witches in Anne Rice's Mayfair Witches. And in this clip, star Alexandra Daddario talks about what makes this magical show relatable.
At the core, it really is about a dysfunctional family, which is also fascinating because and I always think I think there's a lot of magic in life, and a lot of the fun of the show is that it's relatable. We all have people in our family that are different than us. And
I want to see you naked.
Anne Rice's Mayfair Witches is now on AMC Plus.
She's really good, and she was really good in White Lotus. It turns out she's a hell of an actress.
Next clip.
Harry Hamlin's in that show, too, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah.
All right, we were just talking about him.
Yeah.
All right, Koala Man is an animated series that follows a father who lives a not-so-secret identity as a hero who possesses a burning passion to snuff out petty crime. Here, creator Michael Cusack explains where Koala Man came from.
Me wondering what an Australian superhero would be like, because I'd definitely have no superpowers and be kind of boring and schlubby. So it was the idea of let's put have an Australian superhero in suburban Australia and just see what happens. And
I don't think I want to see it.
Koala Man is out today on Hulu if you want to check that out. The animation looks really weird.
Yeah, it does.
Which is kind of cool. So we'll see how that plays. And that is all I have in our entertainment report for you this morning. We're going to take a quick break. We are going to come back in a little while. We have some things to give away and some people to talk to and all that good stuff. Monday morning, returning shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Wawa has officially perfected the harmony of salty and sweet in our salted white mocha handcrafted beverages.
We enjoy swinging.
The pair joined baking guru Mary Berry for a Berry Royal Christmas.
I love her.
On the BBC.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Sharing his perspective on how he has been talking to his kids about the causes they champion. William noted that when he drives Prince George and Princess Charlotte to school, they point out homeless people and ask questions.
Daddy, run over them. They frighten me. Will do.
He said on the school run, I know it sounds a little bit...
I killed that one.
Got one.
Keep score back there. Do you all have a pad and paper and pencils and such? 1-1.
You got two that time. William also highlighted his late mother, Princess Diana's work, and credited her with opening his and brother Harry's eyes. And he said that a visit to the Passage Homeless Charity was one of the first places I came to, actually. It must have been between 8 and 10 years old, something like that, and it had a profound effect on me. He said, my mother knew what she was doing with it. She realized that it was very important when you grow up, especially in the life that we grew up in, that you realize that life happens beyond palace walls and that you see the real people struggling with real issues.
And this is the cake woman they're talking to?
This is the cake woman.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me all this time?
Yeah. Mary Berry. And
I simply asked, how are you doing?
The special aired yesterday on the BBC, by the way.
There was a throwaway line that made a lot of press. I guess it was in the Daily Mail. She said to Kate Middleton, basically something like, would you like to squirt on the cake?
Oh, geez.
And so there was actually isolation. They thought that was rather amusing. Why don't you lift up your skirt, hop up on the table, and squirt on the cake? Squirt. You know, like they do in pornographic films.
Royal jelly.
Royal jelly. Wow, you're like a geyser.
Okay. Kevin Costner has set a new drama at ABC. ISB will tell the story of elite special agents of the Investigative Services Branch, whose job it is to solve the most complex and heinous crimes committed in national parks in the Pacific West region.
ISB?
ISB. He is going to produce and write this. It's a procedural. Former The Flash showrunner Aaron Helberg and Costner will co-write and executive produce. And Helbing will also be, act as the showrunner. I don't think he's planning on acting.
He's producing
in the whole thing.
He's also producing a series for NBC called DVDA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which and it's another division, Preston.
I guess that is.
They have there's 2 openings in that particular division.
Jesus. Oh, and there's 2 different divisions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So 4 openings total.
Yeah.
No, 2 openings,
just 2
4
openings.
positions.
Wow. I'm with DVDA. Any openings there are 2.
You guys are talking about the Delaware Valley Dance Academy, right?
Yes, of course.
Yes,
4
right.
positions.
4 positions for 2 openings.
Right.
I needed
Look up
that.
DVDA.
I needed that.
Or don't.
Or don't.
No, or just watch Blue Waffle.
Or you could just know what
Go
that
about
is.
the rest of your day without doing that.
Did you guys see the updated ET commercial that's
I
going?
did.
It's
Yeah.
great. I love it.
It is
Steven
cool.
Spielberg directed it.
Did he?
That's what
I was wondering because
that's what I read.
I'm like, oh, you can't tread on Steven Spielberg's territory.
Yeah. Well, Henry Thomas, who played Elliot, allegedly tampered with his sobriety test during a DWI stop. According to a police report obtained by TMZ, he refused a breathalyzer during a stop in Oregon. He was reportedly taken to a station and put in a holding cell. And when a urine sample was taken, the report claims he filled it with toilet water.
The oldest trick in the book. E.T. taught him that.
He denies the claim.
If you're ever arrested for drinking, take your urine specimen and mix it with toilet water.
He denies the claim. Last month, the 48-year-old pleaded no contest to driving under the influence. He was given a $500 fine. I was also told to attend a victim impact panel and install a car
Here, I'll
breathalyzer.
piss in a cup for you.
Oh my God!
There are no minerals in this urine that are not even on Earth anywhere.
It's purple.
It looks like the purple stuff. You drink instead of Sunny Delight.
Breaking news.
Really?
What's up?
Marissa was just telling me you sent it over. Okay. We heard rumblings about this. I guess Monday that Pearl Jam is going to have new music out.
Oh yeah, Bill mentioned something to us about that.
Okay. We have a clip of the song Marissa just sent over.
Oh.
And she's going to get you some information on the album. What's the name of the song, Marissa?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She does not. What is it?
It's called Four Corners.
Four Corners.
Four Corners. Just a clip of the song. You want
So
to
it's
play?
ready to go now?
Yeah.
Did you
All
finish the endorsement or the?
I did.
Okay,
I
all
did,
right.
yeah. So limited time offer was the last part of that.
All right.
New music, Pearl Jam. Just a clip of it.
It's got like 40
Very cool.
seconds.
All right, here we go. Let's check this out.
Hook, line, and sinker. Even
as soon as the vocals started, his head popped up.
But it was believable vocals. The first line of the vocals, I was like, well, Casey's going to make fun of this. What's the guitar?
It's actually Mike McCready.
It's Mike McCready. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But you can play now. Both you can play.
Not this.
You know how some songs speak to you more than others?
I think this one
that
hits you
really,
where you live.
This one speaks to me.
That speaks directly to you.
Directly
Yeah.
to
I mean,
you.
it's for crying out
Gets
loud.
me in all the feels, man.
Casey was so excited.
Oh,
He played that for me yesterday.
I was even more excited last night when Nick tweeted out you had answered somebody's tweet about Pearl Jam coming out with new music this week. I was like, oh my God, this is so perfect.
Well, there's and I saw that you liked that tweet, by the way. There's a
Now we know why he liked that tweet.
There's a Pearl Jam account in Italy that actually helps break some Pearl Jam news around the world or whatever. And
Pearl Jamma.
No, it's Pearl Jam Online Italia. And we've been talking about possible new Pearl Jam music all week because we heard from Bill Weston that there might be some.
That's not it.
And, well, no, clearly. But the more we talk about it and the less that actual Pearl Jam music shows up, the more nervous I am about actually talking about it on air because it's just been rumors thus far. You know, we haven't actually had any. So then you got me today.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Because he was certainly impressed with MMR and the whole thing, and you know the reference. If at some point some reference in some way pertaining to you, Nick, ended up in a song, whether it be not by name or a reference or something.
Just
or
call
the
it a day
station.
at that point. I just retire if that ever happened.
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right. So that's your breaking news.
Breaking news.
Music news this morning. Brand new Pearl Jam. No, the rumor is actually that there is new music from the band that's supposed to surface.
Supposedly?
Supposedly. I ask you. I guess this week, but whether that comes to pass or not, remains to be seen. So we will see. And yes, we got a lot of people texting that you got them as well.
Nice.
Some phone calls coming in too. So please welcome Mr. Frank Caliendo to the show.
What a great entrance. I walked in and I met old friends from the hallway.
Wow.
It was somebody from another station down the hall was like, wait a second, are you Frank Caliendo? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay. And then he walked away and didn't let me in. And then I'm just standing there with these other guys, and which we became great friends. No, yeah. And
sometimes you just know.
And then, and then I was like, "You're not gonna just let me in? I would have left these guys here in a heartbeat. I have no problem with that." And they're like, "We would have done it too." They're like, "You're just stuck here with these two creepy guys." I'm like, "You have no idea what my life is like. You're zero on the creepy meter. Your creepy meter doesn't even come close to get." They were very nice.
I feel like it's gotten to a point where we should just give you a key fob so you can get in.
I would take it. I have stations where I have that.
You do have the key fob accessibility?
Yeah, I've had that and entry codes like in Arizona.
You know, but now here you have construction going on, so you'd be at actual
I also have a key.
peril.
I have a key to a crane.
You do.
Thank you very much, Kath. We had the weekend. I was gone. I was traveling this weekend, so I didn't get a chance to chat with these guys yesterday about what we might be bringing up on the program today. But you guys had a discussion about something concerning standing room.
Yes, and I think it's legit.
Yeah.
Casey brought it up, and explain what happened.
Well, so this wasn't me. This is my older brother, and
we'll call him Casey.
Yeah, no, we'll call him Dave.
Okay.
But he was at the Eagles game 2 weeks ago. And now, mind you, he has really good seats in the lower level. But he was going with a friend of his who had brought his son for his first game. And so he ended up giving him those tickets and then took his friend's tickets in standing room. They went into the stadium early, got really decent seats. And we're basically at essentially what would have been the first row of a standing room only area.
Yeah.
And so long story short is a couple of different times he left his little post. His son, my nephew, stayed his spot while he went either to the bathroom or to get a beer. All right. He said this happened twice throughout the entire game. And there was a guy who was standing behind him, probably somewhere in his 20s, who, two things here, guys. First of all, he was yelling at my brother, calling him an old head. Right?
An old head.
My brother, who turns 50 in April, he's like, dude, how old do you have to be in order to be called an old head? And I said, anybody over 50, I think, is maybe could be an old head.
Why was he calling him an old head?
I guess because he looked old and this guy was a young a-hole.
This is before the whole my place thing.
I guess maybe to just get under his skin or something like that. So he was trying to start crap with my older brother.
Right. So he's an a-hole.
He's an a-hole, and he's calling my brother old head,
which I've never heard.
He's like, "Yo, old head. How many times you gonna do this? How many times you gonna go back and forth? Blah blah blah. You're old head." And so,
what was he complaining about? That was your brother leaving the area and coming back a lot?
He basically, this young a-hole, who doesn't know, whatever, was
never even met a real old head.
Took exception to my brother leaving his post in the standing room only, and then coming back, and then thinking that he had rights to the spot that he was in. Now, we'd had this discussion. We were all out to dinner on Friday night, and we had this discussion. I think we all sort of came. There are these unwritten rules of general admission ness,
written by the Council of Old Heads.
It's not written at all, but I think it's understood that if you are in the standing room only with another person or with a group of people, you can have your spot saved for you.
I agree.
Okay.
I think that now what you can't do is leave the area, all of you, or if you're by yourself, and come back and expect to get that spot again.
Or you can't leave for a really long time.
Exactly.
And then come back and expect your spot to be there.
Casey, I haven't been to as many Eagles games as you have, but I know that there are a few sections that are pretty much standing room only.
Right.
There are maybe a few more at the Phil's ballpark. There's, the Ashburn Alley, and then places along the rail behind the sections on the first level. When you get to any of those sections, that's kind of your spot for the game. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Does the same rule apply for Eagles games? Like if you get to that spot,
that's your spot. As long as somebody is there,
right,
to save it while you go to the bathroom or to go get beers or whatever.
All right.
I think so. And like you guys said, if it's two of you, and the two of you leave your post, there's nobody there to save it for you.
It's gone.
Right.
It's gone.
Or, again,
unless you have somebody there to stay.
If you have someone there to save it for you, or, again, as you Preston said, if you leave for a ridiculous amount of time.
Yeah.
That pisses me off.
It's funny because I went to see a concert in Reading back in November, and I was with, it was like 5 of us, 6 of us, something like that. And we were in a standing room only area, and we left our one post because there was an area directly across from the stage that was amazing that nobody was at, right? So we went over to this area where there was nobody, okay? And I'm like now essentially standing right like center stage. And I left to go to the bathroom, and then I came back. Not only was one guy, there was like 5 people standing in my spot. And I said to my friends, I'm like, you guys, a-holes, like, nobody saved my spot. Nobody said, hey, man, like, somebody stand, like, I got nowhere, you know what I mean?
We finally got rid of him.
I got rid of him. This guy drove everybody there. God. He got the tickets for everybody. Oh, I was so mad.
Well, let me ask you. So, yes, I mean, that comes down to the actual mechanism. Do you point down and say, no, my buddy was standing here. He just went to the bathroom.
Yeah,
does that get it done?
Yes.
Or do you need like an inflatable doll?
No, but I think 90% of the people out there, if you were to walk into a spot and then somebody said, oh, my friends or my brother or whoever is standing here, they just went to the bathroom, you go, oh, my bad. That's good. I understand that.
Steve, you just had a great idea right there.
Yes.
And not the inflatable doll, but what you could do is buy one of those inflatable costumes.
Yes.
And when your friend leaves, you just turn on the inflate. You just inflate it.
Yes.
And you're going to take up the space of 2 or 3 people right there.
Yeah.
And no one's going to get in. That's a great idea.
Well, what about here now in this situation? I think where it could get really dicey is more like a concert. I think where you're
where you're really on top
of each other. Can you even have a presumption of I'm going to leave and come back to my spot when you have people that on each other? Is it okay to say in that crowd, like you're like right in the?
Well, it depends on where you are. Like if you're with a group of people in a concert in a general admission setting, and you leave and you come back, and there's a whole, then you just stand with your friends wherever they are. Now, if there are a lot of rail riders, right, and so those are the people that, like, if the show starts at 8 and doors are at 6, they're like at the doors at 4 so that they can get in and get to the front of the rail. And like, if you leave your post and somebody's standing there for you, then you have rights to come back. I mean, I feel like if somebody's standing there, then you have every right to go back to your side.
I think you're right. I think it can get more problematic when you are like in the sardine formation,
right?
You know, because you're literally fighting for inches.
How many spots can one individual hold if somebody else leaves?
That's another valid question.
It's 1 for 1, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep. I think you can say, no, my 11 friends are coming. So leave this.
Yeah, because that doesn't apply in a movie theater, right?
Like it would not.
Yeah, so
I wouldn't honor that.
Well, so that's a problem. Well, so now movie theaters, Steve, and I love this. Like
you can buy your seat.
You're getting your seat, and that is your seat. You have a ticket with your seat number and everything on it. But if it's a general admission, because this happens like UA, I don't think in King of Prussia, I don't think they have reserved seating.
They do.
Do they?
Yeah, because when I saw the Batman in the IMAX screen.
In the IMAX theater,
Yeah.
you can get assigned seats.
Okay.
I've done it before. In fact, I showed up one time. There were people in my seat, and I was like, "Well, this ain't happening. I'm gonna." And then they go, "Oh, sir, you bought the tickets for the next showing." It was my fault.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
oh,
I
they were
bought
like,
the
"Excuse me, you're in my
wrong. I was
seat."
on the wrong
am.
showing.
Listen, I'm on the radio,
And
I guarantee you, people know me.
I was about ready to throw it around, and they were like, "No, sir, you're the a-hole." And they actually found a couple seats for that screening, but they were not the seats I wanted.
Why don't you get out of my goddamn seats?
Yeah.
But if you are, because this happened to me at a movie theater before, if you're saving a seat with your jacket and not the person, I'm sorry, if the person's not there, then you can't save the seat for that. That's kind of how I feel. Like,
What about at a movie theater?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah?
If they're going to be there, I'm okay with
Well,
that.
here's where that ends, though, Preston, is when you are seconds away from the movie starting.
the movie starting.
And they haven't shown up.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah. I one of the things that really gets under my skin, and I should probably talk to a therapist about it, are things like cutting in line, stuff like that. I have zero patience for it at all. None at all. What makes you think that you are entitled better than me or whatever, or these other people that are behind you?
Especially if you're not on radio.
Man, I tell you what, I went to the World Series game that I had the pleasure to go to, the privilege to go to this year, and there was a moment in between innings where there was a quick mad dash to the bathroom, or maybe it was at the end of the game. But anyhow, it was a short line to get in. Couple of younger guys started to head into the exit, which is a complete dick move.
Yeah.
Fortunately, there was a kind of a mook behind me who was not putting up with it. He's just like right there. He's, hey! I mean, like at the time, get your ass back out here now. I swear. I mean, he leaned in with like, I swear to God, I will come over there and choke you. Like he was threatening them.
I'm right
and
with
I was
you.
like, I'm with you, bud. I'm with you.
We can go halfies on the therapy.
Yeah.
Because it is so. It's such a dick move.
Oh my
that
God.
whole these people have been waiting in line, but my S doesn't stink, so I'm going to go ahead of them.
And same thing comes with if you're driving in a car. That actually makes me even more angry. Long line of people waiting to get off at an exit or whatever it is, and somebody comes all the way up to the front and cuts right in. I just want to get out and kill them.
I'll tell you how. I'm going to murder you and your whole family.
In front of their family.
I'll tell you how fastidious I am about that notion, Preston. When I'm pulling up into traffic, so I'm merging. If I'm pulling up onto, say, 76, all right, and there's a whole line of cars, everyone's bumper to bumper, I try to access at the point closest to where the on-ramp puts out, as opposed to driving 11 miles down the side lane and then cutting it up there. That's just, and that might be a little too ridiculous, but it's like, okay, I'm joining the flow of traffic. At this point, it's only fair I jump in here.
I want to get some calls on the line, 215-263 WMMR. We've done the traffic things many times. We don't have to go there, but this is more the standing room and taking place and so on. Marissa, you've got a comment?
I just had to vent then because you brought it up, Preston, and no more traffic calls after this, but it happened this morning. Every day I take 676 to 76, the merge.
Yes.
Right there. And a lot of times there'll be like 3 cars, I'll be one of them in the right lane, and then somebody in the left lane will be like 8 car lengths back, but they feel the prerogative that they can get in front of me, so they'll start racing up, and like the lane is closing off. Like one of us is going to go into the barrier, and I've been cut off. I've been cut off by like a semi truck where I'm like, I have the right of way.
And also at that time of the morning, there's not like a whole lot of traffic.
Just because you're back there and I've left enough space between me and the car in front of me doesn't mean you get to race around and take it. It's not
an
yours.
open invitation.
Thanks.
All right, here's one I had not thought of, but I'm going to go to this call. This is Bill. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
How you guys doing?
Good. What's
you
up,
guys
bud?
rock.
Thanks.
My wife and I and my son were down at the beach down Wildwood, and we set up. There was low tide. There was maybe the beach was packed, but then the tide started coming in, and this couple with their little kids. I guess they realized that their towels are starting to get wet because the tide's coming in.
Yep.
The father stood up and got everyone's attention. Everybody moved back 20 feet.
Shut up. No! I need you 150 people to all move back 20 feet.
Yeah. It was unbelievable. We just laughed at him, and of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Bill,
sorry, dude.
Here's how that plays out. If you want to go there and get there early and set your tent up set your blanket out right on the edge of the surf. Once the surf advances, then you got to go find some other spot. Back in the mix.
Yeah,
you
without
don't get premium seating again.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny, Bill. I didn't consider that.
You guys rock. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it, man. See you later.
It is funny, though, Steve, the people that will, you could be on the beach for like hours and not have anybody near you. And this happens all the time. And then people will come down and they'll plop themselves right next to you.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and you have, acres upon acres
and
upon
acres to choose
and they
from.
put themselves right next to you.
It's the lemming thing.
Yeah.
It's the lemming thing. I don't get it.
Yeah. All right, I'll go next to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, Joe. What's going on, bud?
I just wanted to say for the Phillies game, NLCS Game 5 and World Series Game 5, both games I got in there when the gates opened.
Yeah.
Went right up to Harry DeKay's. I was by myself and just waited for 2 random folks to come up, sat down, make small talk, and we just saved each other seats. That respect was there the whole time. It was great. But that's what it comes down to is respect. Nobody respects each other anymore, you know?
Well, you did it by the books. You made the agreement, right? That's all you need to do.
Yeah. Somebody to cover you.
Most people go, okay.
And it should be good. And so this was thanks for your call, by the way, Joe. So this was the case with your brother. His nephew was saving the spot.
No, my nephew. His son.
His son, I'm sorry, was saving the spot.
Such an old head.
How old's his son?
20.
Okay, so an adult.
He's not a child.
It's not like a little kid there.
No, but
okay.
and this guy was a tough guy, and so this is, there's a stupid mentality that I'm just over at Eagles games right now.
You know what we call them? Young heads.
Yeah, we call them young heads. But what ended up happening, so he started like mouthing off at my brother, and then another guy ended up mouthing off to him as well. And then my brother kind of looked back at that guy and gave him the death stare, and then that dude shut up.
Yeah.
And then I guess maybe like a quarter or so later. Oh, so A.J. Brown scores a 76-yard touchdown, and everybody's going bonkers. And my brother turns around, and the dude who was calling him old head, just stoic, nothing, like no emotion, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, so my brother being there and that like just completely ruined his day. And it's like, dude, get over yourself. You know, it's not that big of a deal. But then later on, my brother says he hears this woman standing next to him going like, you're embarrassing me. And he goes, Ma, I'm doing it for you. She's like, I am fine. So he was.
What's going on? The young head.
The young head.
His mother was chastising him.
Was getting in trouble by his mommy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and the mommy said to him, I told you that I was fine, that I can see the game. I'm fine, blah, blah, blah. You know, so he was trying,
It doesn't matter.
So he was just sticking up for he was trying to do it for his mom. He wasn't doing it in a nice way.
He was trying to fight somebody.
Your brother should have punched the mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been.
That would have been great.
See that?
Yeah, you got a problem?
Yeah, that just happened.
I'm going to knock you. Yeah.
That just happened.
He goes over one swing, knocks the mom out cold, and turns around and goes, you see that? Yeah, that just happened.
You have yourself to blame.
Could you imagine? Do not F with that guy.
By the way, Kath, guess where they're from?
Delco?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
All right, let me
I
go.
thought you were going to say Bucks County.
I'm going to go to Terry. Hey, Terry, good morning.
Hi, I'm short.
Okay.
So I'm completely invisible to people.
Yes, you poor
So
thing.
I overlooked all the time, like at a counter or like I was in an airport, and they went to the next person that was quite a bit behind me, and I'm like, hey, I'm next. I will speak up. I'm loud. So, and then the other thing I hate is people who are in my personal space. Get away from me.
Yeah, well, there has been a listen. We just went through a period where everyone was 85 feet back from each other, and
We had nice space.
right? But the truth of the matter is that there's just you. I can sense when someone's coming in way too close, and I also don't like that the border collie in the group who's going to by sheer proximity force you to move or force you to shift. That drives me crazy. Have some spatial awareness when you're out in public.
And I do feel bad for you, Terry, with your lack of height, especially when it does come to a line of sight situation like standing room only. It kind of sucks. It's I'm tall, and unfortunately some short people do get behind me. I do my best to keep it low.
Do you think that I'm doing a standing room only? God, no.
Yeah. But Terry, I'll tell you what, I just had a situation. I forget where I was, but I walked into one of those things where you walk right up to the register. You're going to buy whatever you're going to buy. It had to be a fast food place or something. And so I always look around to make sure there's not somebody waiting in line.
Right, yeah. I'll even ask, are you in line? Does the line start here?
Are you good? Are you taken care of?
Yeah.
And there was a small woman of a short stature who was like, oh, thank you. Like, she clearly was being passed over by people coming in.
All right, so hang on here. Chris says he has a good tip for saving a spot in line. Hi, Chris, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. What's up, buddy?
So, with their whole standing room only thing, me and my brother, we do a lot of stuff in Philly, and we have a really good technique we do. So anytime one of us has to go to the bathroom, grab a beer, whatever we're doing, we'll be right back. One of us would get to a real wide sprawl stance.
Yep.
Make up the space of two people.
Okay.
So the other one comes back, and then we get real small again.
So you're like doing like a split almost.
You're peacocking, essentially. Is that what that's called?
Yeah. You kind of you balloon up a little bit.
Yeah, you make yourself
docking.
big, and that's what my brother and his son had done. That's what they were doing. They're all right. When somebody walks away, you make yourself real big. So that wasn't the issue, like saving the spot. The dude, like my nephew had no problem saving the spot for my brother. It was the a-hole who thought that you're not allowed to do that. I call no fair.
Well, if it's called peacocking, I think that's a great idea. I think what you should do is, here's another idea. Go to the game and wear that flight suit, that glide suit the Batman wore.
Yes.
We pulled the string and everything inflated. Right.
Memory cloth.
Yeah.
Yes, and it pops out.
Right.
I like that.
That's
That and the inflatable outfit.
And the inflatable outfit. I'll tell you one thing as well. Also secure, if there's someone around you, say, in your proximity, I'm just going, I'll be right back. Give them the courtesy of letting, them know that you're leaving and will be coming back, so that you've already sort of laid the groundwork.
Yeah.
Don't just whip it on them.
Not the old head.
Yeah, the old head.
Well, you know what? Because I've been in the situation where it's been standing room.
I will lay your mother out.
I will. I've done it before. I've done it before.
I'll do it again.
I will do it again. No, but if I'm leaving for good, I will let you know. Hey, man, I'm out of here, man. So that you can take this spot.
Yes.
Would it behoove one, if you're headed for a beer, to ask the surrounding 4 or 5 people to go, anybody need anything?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not paying for it.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Does anybody need anything?
Just a rhetorical question.
You can only get 2 beers, I think.
Yeah, I'm not really going to help, but I'm just wondering if anybody needs
Anybody here
anything.
thirsty? Yeah, me too. That's why I'm going to get a beer.
All right, see ya. You can't get more than 2?
No.
Okay. All right. Hang on. Let me go to Shania. Shania, you're on the air. Good morning.
It's actually Shayna.
Hi, Shayna. What's up?
So I was 26. I was super, super drunk with my friends and my husband at the Dave Matthews concert. We see a line leading up to the porta potty. That has to be there's probably 10 porta potties there, 50 people deep, lines, each of them. But I really had to go, so I paid the guy in the front of the line $5 to let me cut in front of him.
Oh, no.
They harassed him so much that he left the line and didn't use any of the porta potties, and then they were also banging on the porta potty that I was in. I was so angry.
I wouldn't have been happy with that,
I
Shayna.
would not either.
I would have been pissed off. Absolutely.
I know, I was drunk, but I also, I kind of thought it was brilliant. It was like, I paid the guy $5 and he profited.
Shayna, you would have had to have pulled out fivers for all 49 people in front of you.
That's it. He's not the only guy.
Yeah, and guess what?
Right.
Everybody standing in that line had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Just like you.
I know.
She admits it. She admits it.
Did we learn something from this, Shayna?
Yes, I did. I
All
won't
right.
do it again, but it was a great story.
All right, it is a great story. We thank you for calling in with that. I just I loathe anytime I have to get into a line, and part of it is that I think part of it is
the dynamic.
What if there's an a-hole in the group, and that a-hole just happens to be right next to me? It's happened before for whatever reason, and I just don't like that.
No. I try to get. I call it getting out of my head and just whatever's. Listen, you can only control what you can control, and it'll. I don't like people. You just don't like people taking advantage of other people, and I will always speak up. I will always be the guy to say, no, you can't do that. Because
There was one time I remember just getting livid. I was in Atlantic City. We went there, stayed overnight, and I forgot what casino we were at. And the next day we were having breakfast at one of these places where you can get a gazillion kinds of food. Anyhow, so there was like an omelet station or something like that, and there was no one in line. There was a sign that said, place order here. Okay, it was right there.
Right.
So so I go, what do? I go and stand by the area that says place order here.
Yeah.
Well, two old guys, two old heads. Went directly over to the chef who was on the other side of the glass about 8 feet to my left. And that's where he was cooking up the stuff. And they go in and they place his order. And I'm like,
Yeah.
The chef should have said something.
I'm right here. And the guy turns to me and goes, don't worry, there's enough for everybody or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
no.
And I did a quick assessment. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to freak out right now?
Yeah.
And I did not. I said something, I don't remember what, but I was seething with anger. Like, how dare you? Come on,
It's
man.
it's very
It's just
dismissive.
courtesy. Is it a big deal in the grand scheme of things? No. But at this moment, I felt like someone was taking advantage of me for whatever reason, you know what I mean? And I was just so angry. And I still, to this day, can taste it.
Right.
How mad I was.
He was very dismissive. They bucked the system. So you're Preston. That Golden Corral brawl. You remember that?
Yeah.
That's exactly that.
Oh, because the person got their steak first.
Steak first.
Steak first.
Yeah, because guess what? You ordered it well done. It takes longer.
Yeah.
You idiot. Yeah, you know what, Press, if that were me and you said that to me, I would have gone, oh, crap, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. My bad.
They knew what they were doing.
Bad. Yep.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
Well, they're privileged.
I can't stand it at convenience stores when there's one cashier open and there's a line and then another cashier comes up. And most of the time the cashier will say, next in line.
Yeah.
They don't say, hey, whoever's standing in the back, come on up and be first.
And I will always, if I'm in line and there are people in front of me, I will say, would you like
You know what? You know what, though? Hold on. They should. The cashier should point to the person who is next in line in the other line and say, I'll take you next.
You know they do that all the time?
They should do that.
At my Wawa, they make sure they say next in line. Next in line.
But that still is a kind of an open for interpret. You know what I mean?
Whoever wants to come over now.
Well, I mean, I would prefer
Push other people out of the way.
I would prefer it that when they open the new register,
There's enough for everyone.
That they do the one that's right next to the register that's already open, not one on the other side.
Steve, you know what they do? They take a pool cue and they snap it in half.
Yeah.
And they throw it on the ground.
We're having
Who
trials.
here is with their mother?
We're having trials. Yeah.
But I will say stuff like sometimes under my breath and
head.
Yeah, no, not that, but
All right, hang on. We need somebody wants a ruling. Let's go to Ryan. Hey, Ryan. Good morning. Hey! Well done, Ryan. 1 point for you. What's up, bud?
I wanted to see. Sorry. I wanted to see what you guys thought about, so say you go to fast food and they mess your order up in the drive-thru, and then you have to go back in to tell them and grab something they forgot. Can you walk right up to the front of the line, or do you have to wait in the line?
I think you can. You've gone through the exterior process. I think
Sort of to the side, though.
So
yes. You know, you can't go you can't cut in front of people, but if you go to the counter towards like the far left-hand side or wherever the door is that's closest to the drive-through, that's a bit of an exception.
That's exactly right. That's exactly how you would play it.
Wave down, get someone's attention, and then you have to be clear out loud about your intentions so that the other people in line can hear it. Right, yes.
Give me all
I'll
your
take
money.
all the money, and we're going to the safe.
No,
Okay,
but
got it.
right, because you waited in line already. You've done your drive-through thing, but you're not. Also, the people there have gone in and are waiting, so you have to be respectful of them.
Yeah, you got to really
with you,
assess
Ryan.
the situation. You know.
Well, it's also incumbent upon the business to read that and say, "Oh, okay." And as you said, Nick, you go off to the side and try to get that corrected that way.
Yeah, this sort of happened. It wasn't fast food, but I was at Bath and Body Works, and right before Christmas, and this poor lady in front of me, she went to the wrong line. There was one line that was, I can't remember if she went to the cash only line or the credit only line, but she went through this whole process.
Right.
Turns out she was in the wrong line, and she wanted to get back into the front of the line. And the people behind me kind of weren't having it, but I was totally fine with it. I'm like, you can't. She's already waited in line for, and it was a long line. So I'm like, she's already waited in line for at least 15
She doesn't
minutes.
have much more time.
I'm not going to make her go into the back of the line. So I kind of like,
This woman is on death's doorway. Can we have a little compassion?
Yeah.
Look at her. Look at she's whizzing. The skin looks like crepe.
Start pulling on her skin.
Look at that.
Tell her,
You don't
look at
see that.
Yeah.
in
No elasticity
You
at
don't
all.
see that in the living.
Hey, I want to go to Greg. Hi, Greg. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Well, you guys brought up the Acme thing or the sitting in line thing real quick. Not why I called, but I used to work at Acme, and I would not turn my light on before I opened my register. I would go grab, whoever was next. It was a large order just to get them out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was me as a cashier working customer service. But why I'm calling is one of my pet peeves is I was at Sesame Street. Waited an hour before the show started, got a picnic table, it's mostly standing room only. You grab a table for my parents, my kids had their stroller or whatever. All of a sudden, we're talking about real estate. All of a sudden, people start showing up, everything else, starts filling up. Then, guys or people that have been out on the rides, till the last possible minute, they decide, hey, I'm going to come and sneak in the tiniest little spot. If it's for your kid, I don't care. Bring your kid up. But the parents have to put their kids on the shoulder. They have to get in front of you. What are you doing?
Right. So you're all right. So what's
lined up for a parade. I know what he's talking about.
Okay,
And
and
usually
I sat there for an hour.
Yeah,
Sorry, Kat.
people will line up there well in advance for the parade, and then you get all the other people who didn't want to be there an hour before, and they'll squeeze into spots. That doesn't bother me so much unless they're literally getting in front. The adults are getting in front of you.
Yeah,
Like
if you're in front of kids, I mean, you can't do that.
If it's little
you're
kids,
blocking little kids. It's
you
for the kids.
go up into the front of the parade.
You can create a
Disney
line of
too,
sight if you knock out the mothers in front of you.
yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it. What sucks is if you have, like Greg was planning on something like a parade that I found the spot. This is it. I'm going to claim this spot. I'm going to be here for an hour because it's going to be worth it in the end. And then you find out you were in the wrong spot that whole time, and you're just screwed.
Yeah, you have. Listen, you get points for trying hard, but you don't supersede other people who've gone to the right line or the.
Yeah, I mean, listen, just take into consideration when you go to these events, right? Whether it be a concert or a sporting event or whatever that is a standing room only or general admission, the people that have the best spots got there very early for this.
For that reason.
And sat there patiently.
They put in the time.
They put in the time to do that. And
What if you're at like a strip club and there are kids behind you and they can't see?
I would let them stand in front of me.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Put them on your shoulder.
It's worth it.
Look, this is Why? Look, your mom's doing great.
Yeah. But the bottom line is be kind. If you can.
A little, yes, consider it. You try because it's funny how that thing at the restaurant hangs with you, Preston, because it's just one of those. It's when you feel like you're being totally dismissed,
right?
But it also goes. There's something everyone in those scenarios can do to make it generally better.
Yeah.
And so if everyone sort of considers everyone else, it should go smoothly, and everyone will have a good time. They'll get their steak, and they'll get their whatever.
I think my brother, I think that the part that he took most exception with was being called old head. So I got to ask you guys for a ruling. What's the threshold of age in order to
I
be?
think it's all relative.
Is in order to be called old head, because he's like, I think
I'd say over 50. Like, you can call me an old head, and if you're in your 20s, I get it. I would have done the same
If
thing.
I'm hanging out with
probably.
90-year-olds, I'm the kid.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Let me go. And somebody was asking me about that recently. Somebody, it's called somebody like an old man or something like that. He's like, well, I'm an old man. I'm like, was that person older than you? He said, yeah. Well, they're the old man then.
Yes.
You can go with that. One more call. I'm going to go to Eric. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Hey guys, go Birds!
Go Birds!
What's up, Eric?
Yeah, so I work down at a bar in Rehoboth Beach, and a lot of the times I have to break up fights between people waiting in line for the bathroom.
Yeah.
Get-
It comes to that.
Get real sensitive over their bladders. I don't blame them.
And it's usually somebody trying to sneak in the line, right?
Oh yeah, they're real good for cutting in front of each other, and but yeah, I'd be surprised. Like I'd have to break up these grown adults who are always trying to fight each other over who's in line first, and there's really hard to keep track of who's in line. So sometimes I have to stand there and be like, "You, okay, now you."
Right. And it seems so silly too, but it's the person cutting in the line that's the problem. I mean, just come
They're
on,
the lit
have
match.
a little bit of mutual respect for one another.
Eric, are they designated bathrooms, or because a lot of times we talked about this before at sporting events where women will go into the men's room and do that sort of thing. Are they designated?
No, we have a picture of Sasquatch on each door.
Yeah, you figure it out.
All right, thanks, Eric. I appreciate it. Yeah, Casey, sounds like your brother just experienced an a-hole who for whatever reason, I don't know, didn't like that your that your brother had a better spot.
Yeah, and it was getting to the point where the dude was harassing him so much that he was just sitting there. He's like, like he thought he was gonna get in a fight with this guy.
He was trying to make him move. He was trying to make him leave so he could get the spot.
He wasn't gonna throw the first punch or anything like that. But he's like, okay, what's gonna happen? Like, am I gonna get arrested? You know what I mean?
Well, what's your recourse? Somebody's harassing you like that. Do you have much of a recourse?
Well, so when you are sitting in your seats, you can text.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, but
Which
like when
is a
you're
great thing.
When you're standing room only, I don't know what your recourse is there. You know, like
yeah. Because it can turn into he said, she said, and what do you do?
Yeah.
You know? Wow.
Potato.
Yeah, exactly. But bottom line is if you can be courteous, if everybody could do it, but listen, I think that's a tall order for everybody.
Be good.
Everybody be good. Anyway, take what you will from that, and thank you for the calls. We appreciate it. We do have to take a break. We're going to come back. I got some bizarre file stories. We'll share those. And we're going to have the star of Jagged Little Pill, the stage show, the Academy of Music, on a little bit later on this morning around 9 o'clock. So we'll get to all that in a minute. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Going to add an atrium onto the building that's going to go up 4 floors. It'll be right outside our window here. So they're actually digging up the whole front of the building. And so we haven't heard it as of yet. But
Nick let me know in advance.
Did you walk over here?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
What do you think? I think I Ubered from across the street?
I wouldn't put it past
How
you.
lazy do you know that I am?
But your hotel's literally a block away.
Let's just tell everybody where I'm staying. That's great.
Room 472.
Then you want to see some creepy factor, guys? I want to tell you guys because I was so excited this weekend. I shouldn't say no. I hadn't been to one of these in a while. It was a comic convention kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah. You're a comic book nerd.
I like comic books. I'm getting into them. I'm getting back into them. I liked them when I was a kid. I'm more into the stuff that my daughter's into. Barbies, My Little Pony. No,
you're into
more into just looking for jokes.
It just got creepy again.
Yes, no problem. I like to comb their hair. My Little Pony.
You know what they call those bronies?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there such a thing? I'll get into it. I got no problem.
It's a legitimate fetish. They're called bronies.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. So, hey Jerry, what I was going to do there was going to get real creepy. So this one was called Ace Con. All right, and
Arizona?
No, it's a national thing.
Okay.
I think they might do one in Philadelphia too eventually, but they go all over. and they do major celebrities from the movies.
Yeah.
So Tom Hiddleston was at this one, who was Loki.
Yeah, we love Hiddleston. Yeah.
Oh, and he's nicer in person than he is as Loki. First of all, but he's so nice. But he comes up. I don't know if they. I can never tell this because he was so smooth and so incredible and so British that he comes over and he knew who I was. And that was one of those moments I'm like, well, this is pretty awesome because my daughter's like, huh?
Well, he's an impressionist as well.
Oh, he was
so
great.
he's got to know your stuff.
Very, very good. Yeah. He comes over and he's talking about, but he has the one-up. Like, he's friends with Jeff Goldblum. So he's talking about Jeff Goldblum. Yes, he's doing this. He's like, he'll come over and he'll be like, how are you? Good. You look great, Tom. You really do. And that's when you meet people, too, it's like that. So we're going back and forth, me and Hiddleston. Tommy, as I like to call him. Tommy and I are going back and forth doing Jeff Goldblum. We're doing some Pacino and stuff like that. It's like, whoa, he does more of the Scarface kind. But so we're doing that, and my daughter's like thinking this is the greatest thing in the world.
Awesome.
And so that wasn't even the end of it. So I want to tell you about this thing too. So they take pictures with people. Like, you can pay. It's expensive.
Like, it can be for, like, you know, a couple $100.
Yeah,
but you're gonna get a frameable quality
More
photo.
than that,
Yeah.
it was incredible. People were bringing props. People were bringing birthday cakes, fake birthday cakes, and he was doing all of it because it's an expensive thing.
It's like Wizard World here, and the same
it's
deal.
very similar. I think it might be from the people who created
It
Wizard
probably
World.
is. Yeah.
There's something. I'd heard that as a rumor. So they're doing that kind of a thing. We keep running into him. And Hiddleston walks up behind me at one point. Who towers over me? I'm 5'6", he's 6'2". He's like, I heard you do a Tom Hiddleston impression. I'm like, no, I don't, but I do the Beatles. That's what it turns into. So then a guy comes in and he goes, Frank! And they were in the back area because originally I was just going to stalk everybody with my daughter. But try and be nice. You know, you guys know what that's like. But
He's looking at his stalkers here in the studio.
No, you do that thing where you respect everybody's space and stuff like that. You do. So we didn't ask for any extra pictures or anything like that outside the times we were supposed to. And this guy comes and he goes, Frank, and it's Todd McFarlane.
Oh, wow.
Spawn.
Yeah. And baseball collector extraordinaire.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he sits down and he starts talking, who's this? This is Juliet. Hey, Juliet. And he starts talking to my daughter. He starts saying, so I actually have this on video. I'll show it to you. I never asked him if I could share it with anybody to play. But he says, I created a character called, you ever hear of him, Venom? So I was drawing, and he tells the whole story of how he created Venom, which is basically, they wanted him to, and I've never heard this story before, they wanted him to draw the black costume Spider-Man. That was where it was at that point. He's like, I don't want to draw Spider-Man. I can kind of do his voice. I don't want to draw Spider-Man. I don't want to draw him in a black costume. Red and blue, right? And my daughter's like, yes, it's red and blue. And he's like, so he starts drawing it there, and he starts going to, he's like, so the reason Venom's created because I was stubborn. I didn't want to do what they wanted me to do. I was like, and
that was the genesis of the character.
Yeah, that's what it says. He's like, we'll make a villain. He'll be the black character, and then the red and blue will be Spider-Man still. We'll all be happy, and that's how it turned out. Oh. Yeah, it's surreal.
Did you watch The Family Guy this past weekend or the weekend before with Peter goes to the White House and works in the Trump administration?
No.
It was a funny episode, but as you can imagine, it skewered Trump a lot. I thought that it was you. I had to watch the credits because it sounded like your impression of Trump, which is a relatively easy impression, I think,
I don't
to
think
do.
it's very hard.
I think that because of how easy it is, people think that just doing the impression is funny. When that's not the case.
It's not.
Right.
You've always done this.
Mine is tremendous. It really is. There's a lot of people that are talking about my impression. Here's the thing. You guys do a great job. This is probably the #1 show I'll be on right now. And let me say that the ratings going through the roof, not even just the roof, through the stratosphere, and Space Force will probably find them. But we'll talk about this for a second. What were we talking about? Doesn't matter. It just got better.
My stuff is silly. My stuff is silly that people who are like on one side or the other, they go, oh, that was great. I had that happen years and years ago in Texas. I was doing George W. Bush.
Yeah.
And they're like, you do, the people out of the same show, people go, you must really love him. That was great how you did that. And other people walk out and go, you hate him, don't you? And I was like, you decide. You decide. That's what you want. If you're listening to me for politics,
in this venue, you're in the wrong.
But
right, yeah.
If you're able to nail it both ways like that, then you hit it.
That's how I want to do it. Yeah, and for me, like, there's enough out there for the people that are pro this or anti this. That what am I going to do? Add to one of those sides?
That's our philosophy.
And I don't even believe that I would go. There are things I think that happen that are okay, that are good, and that are bad and awful, and it all happens, and it's. Whatever. I feel like eventually it's going to work itself out one way or another. But if people just scream and yell from the rooftops, it just makes other people mad.
Yes,
and that's where I come from. And then
besides that, Preston and I are big fans of dystopian future movies. So those are cool. Well, however it breaks, whether we're fighting vampires or zombies,
whatever it is,
or whatever, or maybe we're a mailman, Preston, like in the Postman.
Yeah. Listen, my friend Rick and I met up with a lot of people. You just stab them in the brain. That's what you do. You don't grab them by the you-know-what. You stab them in the brain. When you hear that sound, it's tremendous. It gets really, really great.
So, interesting story from the Nick McElwain camp. Your son had to have a medical procedure, nothing serious.
Yeah, he's totally fine. But this was something that I'd never heard of before, and I thought maybe bring it up on the air because of that. It's called an epidermal inclusion cyst. So I'd never heard of that. I obviously know what a cyst is. It was about the size of like a Mento, and it's kind of like a flat disc about the size of a quarter, but no thicker than a Mento or a Spree or something like that.
Did it have breath freshening attributes to it?
Did it have Retsin?
It didn't have any Retsin, no. Okay. And but removed quickly, easily, 3 stitches, sewed them right back up.
It's funny that you mentioned, Steve, the Mentos and did have the scent to it. When I had a different, and I've talked about it in years past, when I had a completely different kind of cyst. It's called the pilonidal cyst in our tailbone. And I got that thing lanced.
Oh, God.
Most painful experience of my life. Not only did it hurt, Kathy, you're really going to be disgusted by this.
I heard it. I know.
It stunk up the room.
Awful.
Really?
It's awful.
Did it come flooding out? The stench?
It just smelled like rot. It just I couldn't believe it that I was in that much pain and I was still able to notice the putrid smell of that.
Bonus.
Right? Exactly. So let me ask you this. When they removed this from him, did they put him under? Was it done in a
local anesthesia? And but the interesting thing, and I guess one of the differences between the cysts is this one was this sac developed around the infection, and you could
cyst sac,
a cyst sac, and you could see it. So it was encased in this thing, and so it was almost like a solid just pulled right out of his body. So this protective sac that formed around the cyst sac. Was there. It's what the body does to protect itself from an infection.
It's amazing what the body does in those cases, the way it attempts to expel anything. Any chance if you had left it there, it would have become a pearl?
Maybe.
I have one in my cheek. I've had it for years since I was a kid.
A cyst?
Yeah, and
from chewing tobacco?
No. The doctor said never to remove it, that I don't ever have to, just because it would be like a surgery to
inside or on the outside.
What do you mean? It's like under my skin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? If
I can feel it from the inside,
you could have something protruding on the inside of your mouth and not be able to see it or feel it from the outside.
So you wouldn't be able to see it or feel it. You kind of have to push down. So it's almost like hidden between the inside of my mouth and my skin on the outside. But when I get sick, if I have a cold or my immune system is compromised, it gets a little bit bigger.
Would I be able to feel it if I touched it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to
go all the way around the room.
Yeah, I'd have to show you where it is and direct your finger.
There we go.
We got it.
Don't be scared. I'll lead you. It's okay. Don't be scared. I'm gonna let you caress my inner mouth.
I hate you guys.
Inner mouth lump. It's all right. It happens to lots of guys.
You'll guide my finger?
I'll guide your finger. And when I quiver, you'll know you hit it.
Listen, I thought, too, about different ways I could say that, and that's what came out, because I knew you were going to make something of it.
Oh, I'll quiver when you hit it.
That was my best option.
Money shot.
Yep. Wow. Okay. I've been given the wrap-up sign. We have to take care. I know. Marissa just brought the full list of cysts, Casey.
Because your cyst
is on my list. Because your cyst,
I can't resist.
All right.
I got my finger to your cyst.
And I'm feeling you quiver. All right, well, we'll come back to these.
Yeah,
because we got to break and come back, and we got to get Lou Diamond Phillips on. But maybe we can run down the list of cysts. The cyst list. A tourist in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, faces a couple of criminal charges after firing his gun 6 times at a bear outside the door of his motel room last Thursday night. Gregory Sapp was
Are you enjoying your stay at the Westin?
Gregory Sapp was cited for illegal discharge of a firearm and reckless endangerment. Police said Sapp claimed the bear was outside his room on the second floor breezeway of the Motel 6.
Dude, I'm just trying to get some ice.
Sapp was not injured. Officers with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency were unable to find the bear on Friday. They did not know how many shots hit the animal. It is unknown if the bear is dead or alive.
Was there, in fact, a bear?
A neighbor, Anthony Gunter, said, I had heard several shots ring out. It turns out this fellow was shooting at a black bear that he claimed tried to attack him and his wife. He exclaimed that it was a 300 or 400 pound bear, which is the exact size of that bear that's been in our neighborhood for a while. It's a big bear, but like I said, I've never had a problem with that bear.
Sounds like that there hotel bear we've been hearing about.
He said it just goes about its business.
Oh, he's a big fella.
He said I'm quoting you, he was a really friendly bear. He would just walk over here, leave us alone, go over there. I hope he's alive, he says. Police
let me describe what he would do. He'd be over there, and then he'd be over there. I never saw him over there, though.
But he was over there?
I don't recollect.
But he was definitely there.
33 WMMR.
Just mentioned the weather report that we're going to be in mid-50s by the time we get to Thursday and Friday. Hoping for a nice cool off that happens in late February because the Cardboard Classic, which is going to this year be at Montage Mountain. First time we've done this in Scranton. Had to switch locations. Is coming up, and I believe we're going to have registration available later on this week.
Yes.
For that. So
yes, we are.
That's the word, and we'll probably find out a little bit more about it today in a meeting that we're going to have. But Cardboard Classic, Friday, the 3rd of February.
March,
I'm sorry. You are correct. Yes, Friday, the 3rd of March. And added to this around as well will be the Mountain Fest end of season concert. Everclear is going to be playing on Friday at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's like early enough to where you'll only be pretty hammered and not bombed out of your mind drunk.
You'll actually be able to experience the concert.
Yeah. And then the next day, after you've recovered, Lit and Fuel will be headlining. Lit is playing at 2:30 in the afternoon, and then Fuel is at 5 p.m. And then they're doing this pond skimming thing that they do at noon, where people ski across the water in costume. Dude, this is going to be a great time.
I am so stoked for this, especially since we haven't had it for a couple of years. But to come back to this super enhanced version of the Cardboard Classic is fantastic.
And then they have a fireworks show that night, too, on Saturday. So tickets for Mountain Fest concerts are on sale now. Any lift ticket for one of those days is valid for concert entry as well. Season pass holders get in free. VIP packages are available. Just click advance at WMMR.com for information. So keep in mind, the registration and all that stuff should be happening this week. Hopefully by Wednesday. We'll get you a heads up on that very, very soon. But we're looking forward to that and looking forward to seeing you there. Let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by your friends at Pro Team Collision. You shouldn't be good at getting into an accident, but if you do, your friends at Pro Team Collision are there to help with all of your auto body repair needs. You can visit proteamcollision.com. So when a loud lawnmower violated an Australian crocodile's territory, he responded negatively and took the lawnmower, causing keepers to attempt a risky rescue. Elvis, a resident of the Australian reptile park, sprang for the mower and seized it from Tim Faulkner, the operations manager, and Billy Collette, the caretaker. The 16-foot saltwater crocodile flooded the machinery in the park outside of Sydney by dragging it underwater.
Look out, man.
Yeah, so this is Elvis the crocodile. He didn't like it. And according to Mr. Faulkner, he said once he got it, he just sat there and guarded it. He said it was his prize, his trophy. If it moved, then he would attack it again.
16 feet.
Yeah. And Elvis, one of the biggest crocs in New South Wales, by the way, is also known for being quite possessive and territorial. Like other crocs, Elvis loves to eat meat. The keepers use this knowledge to their advantage when distracting him to get the lawnmower out of the water. Mr. Faulkner was able to...
How big was his lawnmower?
Leap in, I'm not sure, and rescue the severely chewed-up lawnmower and 2 teeth that Elvis had shed in the act, while the keeper enticed Elvis to the opposite end of the area with kangaroo meat. In regard of the 2 3-inch teeth that Elvis had lost during the battle, Faulkner soon located them and made an unhurt exit from the pool while still carrying the lawnmower. Later on, he took the teeth and compared them to the size of his arm, showing how shockingly large they are. Elvis, a wild crocodile who was rescued and is estimated to be over 50 years old, has historically been a grumpy animal. When he was captured, he was assaulting fishing vessels in Darwin Harbor. He devoured 2 of his girlfriends, by the way, at the crocodile farm. I thought Elvis didn't do that.
Don't do that, man. Elvis don't do that.
Yeah.
But in this case, I made an exemption, man. You know what I'm saying?
So he devoured...
Those chicks taste like lawnmowers, man.
2 of his girlfriends, where he was first taken after being apprehended. Mr. Faulkner said he's so full of testosterone that he views everything as a threat.
Absolutely, man.
Even potential mates. When they're dominant croc, they are just full of testosterone. He's got his beautiful own yard, and he wants to be a solitary creature. So
That chick doesn't get Elvis off. She get the death row, man. You know what I'm saying?
Elvis is all on his own now. All right, Harris County, Texas. Police have arrested a man suspected of kidnapping a woman. This is a horrible story. Kidnapping a woman that he met online on Bumble and then held her against her will for days. The suspect, Zachary Mills, is accused of assaulting the woman and denying her food and water after she refused his sexual advances. The unnamed woman met 21-year-old Mills on Bumble and had agreed to go to his apartment on Christmas Eve. Once they arrived at his apartment, he immediately attempted to have sex, and she said. And when she denied him, he immediately began to physically assault her and would not let her leave the residence. She said that he would hit her with his closed fist and that when his hands got tired, he would grab a screwdriver and strike her with the handle. At times, he also bit her neck and face, further alleging that he would not allow her to leave and didn't let her have food or water for 5 days. It wasn't until December 29th when Mills left to go to his father's house that she was able to leave, and it was then that she told what happened to the first people she came across. She told people. The police arrived at the scene, and the woman was taken to a hospital with severe bruising to both eyes, bite marks, and cuts to both her throat and nose, and severe bruising to a majority of her body. I mean, this guy just beat her horribly. Police said that she was sexually assaulted multiple times, leading to serious bodily injury. Mills was arrested and accused of aggravating kidnapping. Listen to this. He was given a $50,000 bond, which was paid very quickly.
For that kind of assault?
That's what I was thinking, too. As part of the bond conditions, he's been ordered to stay away from the woman alleging the incident, as
now,
well
don't do that again.
Her family, and must not go within 200 feet of anywhere that she lives, she works or attends or goes to school. He's also under GPS monitoring and is under 24/7 house arrest with the exception of court days. I thought $50,000 was way low for somebody who has kidnapped, held, raped, and beaten someone
multiple
for
times.
5 days.
Yeah,
That's
because
horrible.
if it's $50,000, you only have to come up with 10% of that, correct?
Yep, usually, yeah. All right, this is right out of the movie Groundhog Day, or similar to it. A Brinks truck driver was helping 2 men asking for directions on Friday, and before he knew it, a third man snatched $300,000 from the vehicle's bumper and vanished.
Hey!
So the guy set down the bag of money.
Come back with that!
And somebody just walked along and took it. The driver was making a cash drop.
Damn it.
And police said that the duffel bag full of money was sitting unattended on the bumper of the armored truck. When 2 of the thieves started up a conversation with the driver, a third robber grabbed the bag while the driver was distracted.
Where did I leave that bag of $300,000?
So I don't know what the story is as far as whether these guys are, if they know who they are or any of that stuff.
I think they're supposed to. When you see a Brinks truck showing up at a place to empty out an ATM machine or something like that, those dudes, they're supposed to be all business. They're not supposed to engage in conversation.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
And not get distracted.
Yep. A robot lawyer is all set to defend a speeding ticket on its first day in court next month. In February, an artificial intelligence developed by Do Not Pay will advise a defendant during an entire court case, likely making it the first ever case defended by an AI.
You can't handle the truth.
The AI will run on a smartphone, listening in on the proceedings of the courtroom before instructing the defendant on what to say via an earpiece. The location of the court and the name of the defendant are being kept under wraps at the moment. In case the AI loses the case, Do Not Pay has agreed to cover any fines, according to the company's founder, CEO Joshua Browder.
Lawyertron 5000, activate laser beam.
Billed as the world's first robot lawyer, the company wants to help people fight corporations, beat bureaucracy, and sue anyone at the press of a button.
This is a problem.
Browder, a Stanford...
What did the robot judge say?
A Stanford University-educated computer scientist launched Do Not Pay in 2015 as a chatbot that provides legal advice to consumers dealing with late fees or fines. His ultimate goal is to have his app replace lawyers altogether in order to save defendants money. He said it's all about language, and that's what lawyers charge hundreds or thousands of dollars to do, an hour to do. The AI works as a legal assistant by asking the client what the legal problem is.
I see.
And it finds a loophole, which it then turns into a legal letter that it can send to the right institution or upload to a website.
So you're not going to have Johnny Five in court, slamming his hand down on the juror railing there.
Right. In a promotional video, Browder explained that he came up with the idea when he began to accumulate parking tickets, which he could not afford to pay. In the process, he became an expert on loopholes that would allow him to get out of paying the fines. As a software engineer, Browder realized that the tedious and expensive process of appealing parking tickets could be automated and created a website to help people do the same.
You know what this means? We'll soon be seeing billboards with robots wearing cowboy hats.
That's right. He said the goal of his company is to make the $200 billion legal profession free for consumers. It's actually a pretty cool idea.
It is.
Last month, his company's chatbot successfully negotiated with internet provider Comcast's representatives to save $120 a year on an employee's internet bill. So he's working on getting that for legal issues. And there you go. That's your bizarre file. And we have a picture of Johnny Five in a cowboy hat.
No disassemble.
All right, and there you go. That's the bizarre file for you. We're going to take another break. We'll come back in just a moment or two. A little bit later on this morning, the star of Jagged Little Pill, Jade McLeod, will be joining us. Stay there. We'll be back in a minute.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Become an MMR VIP.
There on it.
That's the name of the diary?
Yeah.
It's the bear over there.
That bear over there.
Police said they're still investigating the case. The Motel 6 has several cameras visible on the exterior of the building and the breezeways.
We'll leave the bear on for you.
Neighbors said they take a wait-and-see approach on whether the animal was aggressive toward the motel guests, but they admit that the animals roam the breezeway of the motels.
No reason to be afraid. The bear was over there.
He said those bears will go up and down them ramps of these hotels searching for food, whatever they can find. If the bear was truly aggressive and threatening, the man may be justified for shooting in self-defense. But you are not allowed to shoot a bear just because it's close to you.
Just because it's there.
Yeah. Where was he?
There.
Firing a weapon should only be used as a last resort when there is no other escape option, according to them.
I don't know how fond I would be of a hotel where there was a robust bear population.
On the second floor.
On the second floor.
He was able to make it up there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Without a key.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
The last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the dark triad.
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That
we end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Cather?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right
it off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better.
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex, thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. The positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And
Wow.
that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
Clear
be,
history and
there might be.
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be here.
All right.
Let him be here. That's
not
Cobra.
Rambo, that's
That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Just Saying Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh my God! All right.
Just Saying Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Meghan Markle is opening up about the pressures of being a new mom in the public eye.
Thank you for asking, because not many people have asked if I'm okay, but it's a very real thing to be going through behind the scenes.
And the answer is, would it be fair to say not really okay, since it's really been a struggle?
Yes.
Wow. Says a new mom?
Yeah, she's dealing with being a new mother. Well, you let her tell you.
All right.
Look, any woman, especially when they're pregnant, you're really vulnerable, and so that was made really challenging. And then when you have a newborn,
It's a long time ago, but I remember, yeah.
And especially as a woman, it's a lot. So you add this on top of just trying to be a new mom or trying to be a newlywed.
I know this is probably inappropriate, but I would love to kiss you.
Wow. Excuse me?
I'm just watching you speak, and with your tone is very inviting. I would love to kiss you.
He's the Joe Namath.
He's the Joe Namath of the British press corps.
I'm sure that this is inappropriate, but in that first clip, the British guy says to her that it's really been a struggle to her, and to me, it sounded like it's really penis struggle.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys caught that clip,
Really,
but
penis struggle.
Go back to.
You're right. I have struggled with many penises, depending on girth and other factors.
Wow.
But I have a perfect fit in my current husband, and it's good. Sometimes I don't even know it's happening. Thank you.
Wait, let's hear that clip. Hold on.
Would it be fair to say not really okay, since it's really been a struggle?
Yes.
In fact, the other night he rolled over and he said, God damn, that was great. And I said, what? And he had actually completed a sexual act. And I was wholly unaware. I didn't even miss. I was reading a book at the time. I had literally no idea, but it speaks to how quiet he is and how small.
She's turning it into him.
I've had things that were very painful, and I felt, I don't know, in a way, the word would be, I guess, build up. And I don't feel that. I feel as if, I don't know, if a person of short stature would have wandered through the Carlsbad Caverns. I think perhaps that's what his penis must feel like.
Oh, my God.
It's a penis struggle.
So this was kind of interesting. Jodie Foster almost played Cindy Brady when she was a kid.
Wow.
The Brady Bunch cast
As
revealed
Nell.
on Watch What Happens Live. Yeah, instead of a lisp, she can't communicate at all. So Cindy, Susan Olsen had a little bit of a lisp, and yeah.
Cindy, you can't go smearing your feces on the attic wall. I know it's comfortable for you to spread your spore around the house to chase away predators.
Mr. Brady could even communicate. He could have a moral lesson for Nell, who wouldn't understand him.
Gaya fla bla ta qua. Fuego tabla.
That's Nell.
Where are y'all going? What?
Now,
That's her version. That's her version of Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house, Steve." Play it one more time.
Where are y'all going? What?
Yeah, Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house." You know that. But apparently, it was on Watch What Happens live with Andy Cohen, Maureen McCormack, Eve Plum, Susan Olsen, Barry Williams, Christopher Knight, and Mike Lookinlam were all reuniting there. This is ahead of HGTV's Food Network crossover special, a very Brady renovation holiday edition. Susan Olsen had said that
James Gandolfini was supposed to play Bobby.
That Jodie Foster was up for Cindy. So
entirely different cast, right?
Yeah, totally different. Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do. I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of the mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
it's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God. And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Not a Jewish thing.
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my my wife and our last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look
even
it up.
Jewier.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats and chocolate separate from the cocoa, mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not going to eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm
Right.
gonna pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and fat bloom.
One last thing, Marissa sent this to me.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. So I have a few things I meant for us to pay a visit last week. We didn't have time to do it, but I figured it's time to head to the Just Saying Institute because they've been working very, very hard, and they have a lot of stats and information to pass along.
The Just Saying Institute, home of the Old Head and Large Prostate Research Center.
Old head. Oh, I love it. All right, so obviously at the beginning of the year, people assess their health and their weight and want to make a change.
Yes.
And it's and I do too. I don't care that it's a standard issue or kind of a stereotype
It's an obvious reset.
I like to assess and integrate some things into my life, usually at the beginning of the year. And a lot of times it's kind of a slower time of year, or at least in our line of work it is. And I know some others that first quarter is not quite as active as others. Now for other businesses, it might be a complete opposite of that. But there was a study that was done. They surveyed 1,000 people in America. The average survey participant in this was 38 years old, 50% identifying as male, 40% as female, 3% as non-binary or trans. And they found that the average American wants to lose. How much weight do you think the average American? I'm curious what you guys
20 pounds.
Yeah, I was gonna say 20.
Yeah, 15.
I already saw the answer.
Okay, 29 pounds.
That's too much.
It's more than I thought.
I think that's too ambitious, and therefore it becomes much more difficult, and therefore you give up on your goal faster.
Nick, I don't think it is if you just set realistic goals by losing it all by the end of November.
Okay.
Yeah.
So give yourself 11 months.
You know what has worked well for me, for my system, and I've my weight goes up and down just like anybody else's, and I get to a point there it's like, which I am at now, which is like, okay, I've been putting it off too long. I've been very
cavalier,
lackadaisical about my approach to fitness over the past, ever since my shoulder got better and I started playing golf again. I've started exercising. I haven't been eating the way I should. But what I do is I set mini goals. I set small and big goals.
It's the way you need to do it.
I have an end goal, but I hit these benchmarks along the way, and it gives me reason to kind of
encourages you
totally. Yeah,
that's why Casey, for the juice cleanse.
Yeah.
Again, it's you had that little thing that got you up and running, and you go, okay, now I can move on to this.
Right.
Those things do help.
Right. And so I don't know. Is it like a pound a week? Is that a safe?
Should be a pound an hour.
No, because I don't know, health wise, right? Because you don't want to starve yourself and do this rapid weight loss. But
1 to 2 pounds a week is attainable and not dramatic.
So what you're saying, Nick, these lofty goals of 29 pounds. Listen, if I were to lose 29 pounds, I would still be overweight, right? But if I were to set a goal of a pound a week, 52 pounds a year, 50 pounds a year. If you can't do that forever and ever, otherwise you'll weigh nothing. But if you're overweight.
If you allow yourself the range, okay, I'm going to gain and lose 50 pounds a year.
Yeah, but the problem isn't what Nick is saying is a lot of times a pound a week isn't enough for people, and then they just give up.
Right.
And that's where it falls.
Yes.
And there's actually, I didn't know this, but there's actually a date that they say people give up on their New Year's resolutions. It's January 17th.
Mm-hmm.
this year.
Pretty quick.
By the 17th, that's it. They've given up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ninth.
That's when the new Baskin Robbins flavors come out.
New goals.
I mean, that's
31 flavors.
I always feel and I love Girl Scout cookies, but they always come out at the wrong time of the year.
Isn't it Lent? I feel like
it's coming up. It's going to be
it's coming up soon.
Yeah,
Did you know?
Yes, but Lent.
It is around Lent.
It
too?
is around
Okay.
Lent. Yeah.
So part of the deal, and what you're saying, Preston, you've got to be realistic. Like when I've told the guys, I went through the prostatectomy in 2014 and had the prostate removed, and then people talking about the benefits of a Mediterranean diet and adjusting your diet and so on and so forth. And so sometimes I'll talk to guys who are going to go through the surgery, and I say, they're telling you this thing, and you're saying, okay, I've got to just dramatic. I'm just going to have salmon and olives.
Right.
Do it incrementally, and don't if it's something like as you said, Nick, that you just are going to fail at. If you're setting unrealistic goals, try a little bit here and there. Get that encouragement going, and that will start to snowball, right?
And Press, I know that you had a pretty rapid weight loss, and it didn't happen, in a couple of months' time. It took a couple of years, and I have done the same. I've yo-yoed and stuff like that. But people always ask you, like, how'd you do it? Here's the secret, guys: diet and exercise.
Oh yeah,
it's
without
as
question.
simple as that.
Burn more calories than you take in.
Let me ask you something. How does, and I was reading an article about, and you reported it last week, how does this Ozempic craze figure into...
I don't know,
you're not
but
eating. That's the thing.
It's been in the back of my mind, like, well, I could just wait till I can get that stuff, and that'll be no problem.
The new weight loss, right?
Yeah, but being a healthy weight doesn't necessarily mean that you're healthy.
Exactly.
Well, you
know what I mean?
You have to stay... You have to stay with it, and some sort of, and it's, again, allow yourself a cheat day now and then.
All right. So what are the other fitness goals, according to this particular poll? 78% said they want to exercise more this year, with 26% planning on doing yoga, 32% wanting to hike more. And the average American runner hopes to run 10 miles weekly, double the amount they ran in 2022.
Right. Here's a little secret. Join a gym and go to it. Right? Even if you just go and kind of hang out there.
Just hang out in the locker room and say, where are you from?
Hey, no, but...
The hardest part about going to the gym is going to the gym.
Just go to the gym. Walk through the door.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You don't have to, kick your ass for an hour, but just walk
started.
through the door.
Because if you walk through the door, you're not just going to hang out. Although the people that just hang out at the gym bother me.
Well, you might just walk around and go, okay, I'm out of here, guys. It's so long.
You see people that just hang out?
Oh, my God.
Really?
There are people that are exercising, but in between their exercises, they take more time than they had to exercise. And I'm like literally sitting in a chair at the gym, and I'm like, well, I don't understand. Go home and do that work. I don't get it.
So for you guys in the room, and Steve and Casey, you guys are pretty religious about going to the gym, which I admire. Which comes first, diet or exercise?
Exercise.
Yeah. Which it should be the other way.
That's my foundation. I work out every day. I exercise every day, and if that goes asunder, then my diet will start to shift because I'm like, well, I didn't work out, so I might as well have cheese balls.
What if you're trying to make a change in your life?
Castration.
Your question though is what do I think is more important?
Correct.
Yeah, I think diet.
Diet's more important.
For sure.
Yeah,
Same.
I mean, as far as progress goes, it's in the kitchen. That's where you lose your weight.
It is so challenging.
And I see exercise as the multiplier.
Okay.
Like you can do it just eating the proper things, but if you want to speed it up, you want to multiply it, you add the exercises. I don't think you can do the other. I don't think you can just exercise and then eat whatever you want to and hope to hit your goals.
And I've seen, again, I've mentioned this on the air before. Dwayne, my Vertex Fitness, my trainer. And people have come in and I've seen him, and he tries to be honest. He's right up front, and they're coming in and checking out the facility. I want to lose weight. And he goes, well, then don't eat as much.
Right.
He's saying that is the more important diet aspect. Now the exercise can, as you said, Preston, help move that along and keep you healthier and fit. But for me, Nick, to the question, my foundational thing is the exercise. If I'm staying on track with the exercise, then everything else falls in place. If that goes away, everything starts to tumble.
For as long as I've known you, Steve, you've been really great about going to the gym. And I think over the last decade or so, your diet has improved drastically. And I think you'll be the first to admit that. For me, and I know this is trite and commonplace or whatever, but like starting around Thanksgiving through New Year's, my diet just goes to crap. And it's in large part because there's so many damn sweets around.
Yeah. By the way,
homemade cookies, fudge, the giant turkeys that I'm going to eat by myself, and then the leftovers that are in the fridge forever. Like I can't eat well. I can eat well.
Give yourself permission, though.
Well. Yeah, but
give yourself permission to do that because
from January 2nd until now, it's the getting the stuff out of the house. Don't bring any more sweets home. Eat the stuff that's there, and then don't buy any new ones.
So I think that you Preston, the way you do it, give yourself a little treat of ice cream or whatever. Have your treats, and then on the weekend, give yourself a little bit more latitude. But I know what you're saying, Nick. It's hard. Listen, I said to my wife, please prepare
cookies.
the chocolate chip cookies.
Yes.
Like Christmas Eve, and she did, and then we went through a couple of days, and then the Great Purge.
Yeah, Nick, I feel like it's biological. I feel like
This time of year?
No. That whole like Thanksgiving and Christmas, like we talk about Fat Bear Week, right?
Yeah.
Like they get fat for a reason, right? And I feel like we do the same exact thing, and it's got to be some sort of like innate
laying on the fat for the winter. Yep.
Yeah, it's got to be that.
All right. So
and live in a cave.
So you're not alone. People want to do it. They want to get to it, and you can just be realistic about it and find some assistance, find some help.
You said £1 an hour, right?
£1 an hour, exactly. All right, let me see what else I got here for you. All right, so, no, that's not City Beat. It's Just St. Institute. All right, so this headline led me to want to mention this article. The headline says, "Patch could strengthen penises to cure erectile dysfunction."
Wow.
So recent experiments on pigs have found that a plastic patch can be used to strengthen tissue to help keep penises burn.
Yeah. So you're saying that we've now entered the age where every pig can have a boner?
Yeah, we hope so.
This is a penis pig patch?
Yes. This finding has practical uses.
I like Sour Patch.
For those with erectile dysfunction, a condition impacting half of men aged 40 to 70. The South China University study involved inserting an artificial tunica albugini inside the penis.
That's a professional wrestler.
Tunica albugini. I don't know what that is.
Tunica albugini.
In addition to erectile dysfunction, this breakthrough could help those with penile injuries from car accidents or burns.
So I use my hands. I don't drive with my penis.
Okay.
So how does the penis get injured in a car accident?
Some kind of a pelvic accident.
Okay.
You could,
if you're thrusting at the dashboard?
Yeah, or whatever you may be doing for.
Who knows?
Yeah, maybe
somebody might be doing something to you while you have it. Like in The World According to Garp.
That's correct. Yeah. That could be the case. So additionally, this research could help repair other tissues in the heart and bladder as well. So the doctor said its applications can be extended to many other load-bearing tissues.
No pun intended. Yeah, load-bearing. I get it. Yeah. So are these like the patches you would sew on your elbows,
like your jean jacket or
yeah.
something like that? I don't know. So this is interesting, and unfortunately, it doesn't go into too much other detail about this in this particular story. So I'm not sure what an artificial tunica albugini is.
That's a penis, believe it or not. The tunica albugini is the fibrous layers of a mammal's dong.
Okay. So they could. So it's an artificial version of that they will be able to do it, and I guess they've come a long way because they have had penile implants for a while.
Oh, forever. In fact, there are. I was reading an article about the state of the art that they've improved. They used to be, I guess, kind of like you'd feel a pump.
Yeah.
Around your taint area.
Maybe.
I guess. I don't know. But it worked quite well.
Okay. All right. Just thought I'd mention that for those who may have penile injuries or issues. There's help is on the way.
From pigs.
All right. This was pretty wild. This was from last week. A new study written by Dr. Khaled Shah of the Birmingham Women's Hospital in Boston demonstrated a vaccine's effectiveness in rats. And so far, they're looking at a potential vaccine that could cure brain cancer. Brain cancer.
Now that's awesome.
Yeah, the vaccine works.
You have it and it can cure it?
It says it works by genetically editing cancer cells. So, yeah, I guess so.
Throw in a boner and you got yourself a deal.
The mice in the study had glioblastoma, the most deadly form of brain cancer.
Yes.
So far, the results seem promising.
Wow.
Dr. Shah said we are repurposing cancer cells to develop a therapeutic that kills tumor cells and stimulates the immune system to both destroy primary tumors and prevent cancer.
So one of the big innovations with cancer now is sort of forcing it into a stasis. Like it doesn't advance. It does. It just, and you can live, if you just keep it isolated and just keep it shut down.
Right.
And so, but this is actually taking somebody who has it.
Yes.
And reverse it. So
I
one of the
believe
big
so.
issues, as I understand, and we're all, again, and we said before, pre-law on the show, we're not medical doctors.
Right.
But that the body has a hard, your natural immune system has a problem identifying cancer cells.
Okay.
And that's the big issue.
And that it could fight it, but it just can't identify.
That's what I understand. I would almost bet that I'm completely wrong on that.
Right. Now, it's interesting because they call this a vaccine, and isn't that usually a preventative?
A vaccine would prevent it. Now, they
measure?
did change the definition of a vaccine recently.
Okay.
But yes, to me, a vaccine is something that prevents you from getting it. However, I don't care whatever way you're stopping brain cancer.
Right.
I don't care what you call it. If it's effective, that's great.
So currently, the normal procedures for glioblastoma include surgery and medication. So this would be a vaccine, which is pretty amazing. And they keep, they keep getting on the cusp of
cancer,
of cancer and getting a handle on it. And there have been a handful that they apparently have been able to really eradicate or to come really having like this much more to go as far as getting rid of it altogether.
So it's no secret that Big Pharma is profit-driven. If you come up with something that legitimately works, that can cure cancer, can you imagine? I mean, the incentive. I mean, and I don't know if you have something. I mean, again, pre-law. But it's something that could go across the whole array of cancers. Something that I don't know, but it seems like we keep edging closer to that.
Yeah, you would
That'd be
hope that they don't make it cost prohibitive.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, because cancer treatment is already like through
Crazy.
the roof.
Yeah.
And that's why there's all these cancer charities out there like Headstrong Foundation that, make it affordable and, cut the cost for these families that are stricken with that. But like, my brother is a chemist at Glaxo and he's been working on cancer cures since he started working there. You just have all of this research
And there have
all
been
these,
advances.
and all these dollars that are being spent, so you have something like this. It's like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
But he was talking to him over the Christmas break, and I thought, I don't know if this is what he was talking about, but he was talking about how they have made these crazy new advance, and I don't know if this is what he was talking about or not.
But
yeah.
pretty optimistic about it?
Yeah.
Were you inclined not to listen to him because he's an old head?
I only listen to him because he's an old head.
All right. Another story or two from the Just Saying Institute. Researchers from 3 universities in Pennsylvania found that people begin to talk like one another when they perform tasks together. And essentially, the study says that accents are contagious.
Yes.
And that you will start speaking like other people if you're around them long
Remember
enough.
the time we had the photographer in here with the Russian accent, and I couldn't stop.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
I love to do that, and I had to say I just love your accent, and I'm just we're talking this way. It's almost like I couldn't stop it, but because I do find that fascinating.
Yep. Participants work together solving puzzles, navigating a virtual world, or clicking words from a list. The more engaging a task was, the more participants experienced phonetic convergence. Changes include vowel length, voice onset time, and voice frequencies.
Well, listen, Sly, I gotta go now. But, hey, look, I'm tired of talking like you.
I'm surprised actually when it doesn't happen occasionally because I'm like, for example, when studying abroad, sometimes people don't pick up on phonetic convergences and start speaking like a French person would or whatever. They continue to speak with an American accent using French words. And so when that doesn't happen, I wonder why those synapses don't fire that way.
Yeah.
Like if for example, I studied in France for a number of months, and by the end of my time there, I was relatively good at speaking French, and my accent was pretty strong. But there were some of my fellow co-students, they didn't speak French with any bit of a French accent whatsoever. They spoke French with an American accent entirely.
There's a whole group of friends that I have that, so they all went to high school together. I didn't. I know them from later on in life. And if there is one that like I don't know out of this group and I could run into them separately, I would know that they grew up with this group. Like they all,
Really?
and it's not like it's not really an accent. It's almost like the timing of their conversation and their sense of humor and the way that they joke about things. But I mean, it is so distinct, and they all they all sound exactly the same. If you were to talk to them and they would tell you a story, it's told in such a similar manner.
That's pretty
It's-
wild.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Steve, if you ended up living in England for a stretch,
I'd be all over it.
And you probably would, I think, start speaking like with an English accent. Although I don't know which one.
There's so many, and all my accents are classic stereotypes of the. It's just for easy identification.
Right.
But there are so many sub tongues and sub dialects.
Yeah, there's like High English
Yeah.
and Cockney,
Right,
and then
yeah.
like Scottish and whatever else.
Well, my friend from South Africa lived with us for a little while. This was years ago. And, we would kind of, try to take on his accent and just like in a word or a sentence or whatever, and he'd just look at us and be like, yeah, no, stop it. Stop that.
Rochelle's aunt lives in Sweden, and she's American, though, but she has a bit of a tone in her voice, and it's not her to fear to beer.
Yeah, Derek, I dare be here.
No, but when Rochelle spends a fair amount of time talking to her on the phone, I can tell. Because she starts to pick up some of the inflections and so on.
And then you go upstairs and watch porn on your laptop.
that her aunt uses, and I think it's cute. I think it's kind of fun.
Yes,
but
I agree. I love dialects. I love the accents.
Yeah. Oh, and they're very specific. Like even around here, you can clearly pick up on.
We broke it down one day. There was some linguistic expert who I forget exactly how they did it, but they were getting incredibly regional.
But as long as I live, I will never say wooder. I just won't do
No.
it. I can't.
You're not wired that way.
Bring myself to say it. So,
But I
jokingly, yes.
I will always think of one of the bridges in our cities as spelled as WALLWOMEN, the Wall Women.
Wall Women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you say that?
That's how I picture it when I hear the words Walt Whitman Bridge in Philadelphia. I hear Wall Women, and that was from that linguistics expert.
Now I don't say Walt Whitman.
Yeah.
I'll say Walt Whitman.
Will
Walt Whitman.
So I'll skip over the T and the Walt a little bit. Walt Whitman.
Walt Whitman.
Walt. Yeah. But
I leave the B and the F out of Ben Franklin Bridge.
Okay.
So it's N. Ranklin.
and Ranklin.
That's weird. And no one else.
Isn't that weird?
Damn you, Walt Whitman! I hate you, Walt freaking Whitman!
Thank you.
All right. Let's see what else I have here for you. We're running out of time, so I got a couple more things maybe to get to from the Just Saying Institute. Let's see. How about this? A recent poll of 2,000 adults found that the average respondent has about 11 negative thoughts a day. 34% felt that they let themselves down, and 32% worry about disappointing others.
Oh, I'd fall in that realm.
So negative thoughts, about 11 negative thoughts a day. That's a good question. I'll have to
count them.
Yeah.
And if you forget to write something on the list, that'll be another negative thought.
Yeah, but it'll just keep.
God damn it! I
It'll
can't
be a
even do
cycle that
stupid
won't
list
stop.
about being stupid.
But I'm wondering what constitutes a negative thought as
this seems
opposed
to
to
be-
just a slight little moment
That guy
where
called me an old head.
Yeah.
Well, Preston, I think is it more your perception about yourself? You're having a negative thought about yourself, or a negative thought about the world?
That's a good question. According to the chief of psychology,
He's a real dickhead
at Neumann. He said negative or intrusive thoughts, otherwise known as thought distortions, will be experienced by most of the population at some point in their lives. Intrusive thoughts are interesting.
Yes.
It's something that is like you can even you can have a thought and you'll go, no. That's why did that even get in there?
I do it all the
That's,
time.
that's really bad or really inappropriate or really just a wrong thought. But it just happens and it just inserts itself in there.
That's my job.
But you're when you talk about the parts of your brain like id and ego and superego and all this stuff, it's that conflict that's going on amongst those, and it's strange and feels kind of like there's more than one person in there.
I know. But the truth of the matter is I always say it's a lot of it is about giving yourself permission to have thoughts that just not acting on. If you have a very bad thought, like you say, I'd love to back over this person. There's a difference between saying I'd love to and not really meaning it, but it's sort of an expression as opposed to actually backing over someone.
Sure.
Right. So those are intrusive thoughts that, Yeah. But I think we all have, when you think.
Everybody is. All human beings do, for sure.
I don't care, from the kindest to whatever, they'll have thoughts like that occasionally.
Yeah. I've been listening to a an audiobook, and some of it has to do with it delves a little bit into mindful meditation and things like that, and the ability to have these thoughts or even sounds and stuff like that come in and pass over, and you don't analyze them, you don't judge them,
Just
you
let them go.
You just let them do their thing. And it's
As
kinda,
an ice princess once taught us.
Yeah. You let it go,
Yes,
man.
you
That's
do.
but it takes practice.
Well,
to do that.
You know, this always goes back to one of my favorite science fiction movies of all time, Forbidden Planet. And in Forbidden Planet, they find this planet, and there was this civilization that lived on this planet, the Krull, and they were able to use sort of like a Tesla-like apparatus, this huge machine that would allow them to whatever they thought or needed, like at any time around the planet, they would appear. It would manufacture it. It would create it. And once they activated the system, the entire race was wiped out in one day.
Right.
Because what they didn't realize is that there are monsters of the id. Your thoughts that say, oh, man, I'd love to rip this guy's head off.
And it happens.
And all those things were unleashed from an entire population.
Wow.
Yeah.
What book was this?
It's from the movie Forbidden Planet.
Forbidden Planet. Okay. A busy lifestyle, practicing mindfulness, and repeating positive affirmations are some ways to help prevent negative thoughts from derailing you.
There you go.
So keep that in mind, you old head.
You know what? Another good one is for old heads and young heads alike is expressing gratitude and sometimes writing gratitude down.
Okay.
It's a good way to, a mindful way to replace the negative thoughts with things that you're grateful for, and therefore
I love it.
You shift away from negativity towards things that you're appreciative of.
I'd say this: old head or young head.
Yes,
all head is good.
All head is good, right? Like wet head.
Watching that
he's got a
documentary,
point, Kathy.
watching that documentary that Jonah Hill has about
the
his
studs?
therapist. Yeah. Some interesting concepts on there, including journaling. Is supposed to help out with that type of thing. And while I may try that. I don't know. Even if it's supposed you supposedly write things down, even if they're not interesting or if you don't have much to say, just that act of doing
My
it.
dad's done it for the majority of his life.
I think you scoff at it initially because that's what your nature is. You're just sort of brought up to think, oh, that's stupid. Why would I ever do this? And that's what
I've got cake to eat.
that says your instinctive reaction to it. Yeah. And then actually, if you take the time to do it, then you recognize, oh, this is beneficial to my mindset.
Yep.
All right.
It's true.
That's all we have time for at the Just Saying It's Stupid. We do appreciate you stopping by this morning. It's the Old Head New Prostate. What was it? I forgot what it was called.
The Old Head Enlarged Prostate Research Center.
There you go. Yeah. They're working on everything there at the JSI. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the star of Jagged Little Pill, Jade McLeod, will be joining us. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw. One shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jeez.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
Cream soda, gefilte fish, it's a Bloody Mary.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
Have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my!
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
and it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway,
we need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, but I did have a series of stories that all have food in common.
Which means
I think we need our jazzy music because,
It's time for the Connoisseur, a collection of food stories. He gets the best tables. He knows all the best places to eat. He's Connoisseur. Let's go.
Yeah. So there's a thing on TikTok called the Cereal Challenge. Yes, it's another social media challenge. This one is interesting and disgusting all at the same time.
In your butt?
Not in your butt. But here's what happens. Takes two people to do the cereal challenge. Okay. So the first person lies on the floor with their mouth facing the ceiling.
Oh, I saw this movie.
They then open their mouth as wide as possible. The second participant pours cereal into their horizontal friend's mouth, followed by milk. And then all you have to do is make sure that it's in there long enough for the second person to take their spoon and dig in and have a mouthful. And apparently, it's very hard to do. It is hard for you as a human being to open your mouth and have and lay in that position and have liquid and substance in your mouth. And then
This
you eat out of
video
it.
we're watching is dripping out of her mouth and into her ears.
Yes.
I'd rather do the Tide Pod challenge.
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously,
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah.
So you tell me you guys want to try this? You want to send somebody down to Joe's to get cereal and milk? Is that
We
what
could
you were
try
saying?
it. We could
Marissa
try
just brought the cereal in. Do we have milk? We could use water. But who's going to do it?
You know what?
That's gross.
No.
Oh, what do you mean? I'll do it.
You know what? How about piss?
We have cream. Casey, I'll eat it out of your mouth if you want to do it.
Yeah.
Really?
You guys are so
Okay.
gross.
Sure.
All right.
I wouldn't even do that.
No?
No?
No.
Oh, come on. What's going to happen? Is there germs in there?
Oh, man.
You know what? So we're seeing a video. I wouldn't do it because it's almond milk in this one.
Oh, yeah, that's just gross.
Do we have any milk?
Yeah, we got cream.
Okay.
I mean, we could.
Let's do
probably
it.
get
Do we have a
milk.
tarp? Let's put it down and do
Yeah,
it.
we got it. I think I have some.
Yeah, Casey's got something we can lie down so Bill won't freak out if we
have
get
some of
our
those-
disgusting carpet a little dirty.
Let's just keep getting it dirty so they replace
They'll
it.
price it.
That's phase 3, apparently, where we're going to get.
Okay, yeah, Casey's got.
All right.
He's got a little.
Nick,
trash
you
maker.
ready?
Yeah, yeah.
Where do we want to do this so we can get good
On
video?
the roof.
All right, so Casey is he's putting on his makeshift poncho.
I'm worried about choking. Does anybody here know the Heimlich?
I do. I've done it before successfully.
I know of it.
Yeah, Case, I'll take care of you.
I'll get you.
Thanks, Kath.
So he's now. I can't see. Hang on.
All right, come on around, Preston. You can get on my mic if you
I got. No, it's okay. Oh man.
want. All right.
Here, you want to use mine?
Come on.
Well, I need my
I'll just
headphones
be
too.
screaming in disgust. So
All right, over here,
All right, I'll
Casey is
come
now
over.
down on the floor. His head is on sort of a makeshift tarp. He has his shoulders covered. Nick, are you supposed to do it from a standing position or?
well, that's why I wanted him up on the counter.
No, it's okay. It's okay. All right. So Casey's got his mouth open. Nick is pouring the cereal, the Cheerios, by the way.
All right.
In his mouth. That's a lot of Cheerios.
There's one in his
That's
nose.
too much. There is one in his nose. He just shot him all over the. You okay? Oh, you're doing that for fun.
That was
Okay.
just the excess he shot out.
Open your mouth.
for milk.
Here comes the choo-choo train. Wait a minute.
This is one of the stupidest.
All right, just a little bit. But Nick, that's too much.
Sorry.
He's trying to get some of that out.
Never done this before.
I understand. All right, so here comes the cream.
Open your mouth.
All right, now get ready, Casey, because this is if you're going to choke, this is when it's going to happen. You need more in there. All right, Nick's he's doing it. Yeah. More milk. More milk. He's eating it, and
It's in Casey's eye.
it's in his eye.
It's really good.
All right, Case, nice job. You did it.
Oh, gross.
I'm impressed.
I'm doing good.
You done very good. You held everything intact.
Wow, and now they're going to hug it out, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Now
That's
finger
sweet.
it out.
Wow, okay. Well, there you go. We did it.
I hadn't had any breakfast.
I love Cheerios, by the way.
Yeah, it was good.
I just prefer a regular breakfast bowl.
It says here, yes, some people wear protective clothes when they do it. It's pretty likely that milk will get everywhere no matter what. He didn't put much milk in there, though.
But I was good either way. I mean, you totally could have loaded
I
it
was
up.
I was more afraid of choking you with the milk than I was with the Cheerios.
What about the spoon? How deep did you go?
To the tongue?
Yeah.
Back of the teeth?
Ew.
Well,
Yeah, I know it is. Yeah.
Somebody's saying just to piss Bill off, we should do it with soup sometime.
No.
I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
Unrelated sound to anything from Pearl Jam that I've ever heard before.
I agree. I knew it was going to be different. I found that very surprising.
We shall discuss in just a moment. First thing Casey said to me before I listened to it, he goes, "It's Talking Heads." He said, "It sounds like Talking Heads." And you nailed it, Case.
Yeah.
Spot on with that, because there are parts in there where he sounds a lot like David Byrne, and they're using a lot of synth elements in this particular song, which, of course, the Talking Heads did a lot of.
And he says, "This is not my beautiful Pearl Jam."
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah.
Some people were texting in saying they hear a Chili Peppers vibe in there as well. And a lot of negative comments on the text messages. Let me give you my first impression on that. And I'm not a one-listen guy. I've said that many, many, many times, that it takes a lot of listens for me to warm up to a song. Casey and I listened to about the first minute and a half of it in the Q speakers here in the studio earlier this morning. I thought it was terrible. I didn't care for it. By the last 30 seconds here of that, I think I like it. So that's how quickly it turned around. I'm not a big fan of Eddie Vedder's voice in general, meaning the vibrato that he does. It's very choppy. But I think it fits well with the grunge, heavy, distorted guitar thing, and it kind of slides in there well. That's why I didn't like the beginning of it, because you can really hear his singing. But by the end of it, the melody kind of got me. I've always been a sucker for synth pop. It's interesting that Pearl Jam's going that route. You can hear Matt Cameron is clearly using electronic sounds in his drum kit. There's a keyboard thing going on there as well. Who would be playing that, Nick? Is Eddie going to be playing keys?
I don't know.
I mean, they got 2 guitar players, so somebody could step up and play that.
Eddie can play piano, but it's probably the producer, I would think. He does some growling in this video, or in this song too. I heard like kind of angry Eddie, which I haven't heard in a long time.
Right.
So there's the vibrato stuff, which you don't care for, but then this is like some rock. Yeah, like that. He's pretending to be a dog.
Casey, play the. Yeah. Let me play it again.
Yeah,
let me see.
isolated.
Let me see if I can. Hang on a second. It's just a couple seconds in. Hang on. Listen. Now I heard.
You heard it that time? Yeah. It's subtle.
Steve, that fit perfectly.
That was so good.
Rhythmically, that was perfect.
I'm a master on the growl.
Oh my God! One more time. You.
I missed it. You cue me.
Here we go. Wait. 1, 2, 3, and there it is.
You sure you want to do this, Ed? It's an expression of the animals in the world suffering from the glaciers.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
it was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay,
the wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
Right. So much so that he wanted to have them framed and, immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth. And Took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60+ Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this. And
so you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had like really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
considered that.
What did I order, poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
The traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kath. Our next guest is currently starring in the stage show Jagged Little Pill, which is at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. It's the Academy of Music. Beautiful, beautiful theater.
It's amazing.
And the show Jagged Little Pill is obviously based on the Alanis Morissette album. Marissa went to see it, loved it. And our next guest, I'm going to play a little clip of singing a particular song you may recognize. And this is actually from the Thanksgiving Day Parade here in Philadelphia.
I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind. I'm short, but I'm healthy. Yeah. I'm high, but I'm grounded. I'm sane, but I'm overwhelmed. I'm lost, but I'm hopeful, baby. And when it all comes down to
I can hear myself singing this in my car at the top of my lungs. You just can't help it.
Great album.
Please welcome to the program Jade McLeod. This morning. Hi, Jade. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you on. And so, obviously this album, let's talk about the album versus the stage show and how this plays out, because there were a lot of people involved in this. And in fact, Diablo Cody, who we've had in our studio before,
Academy Award winner,
was part of making this stage show happen, right?
Yeah, she's awesome. The script of this show is unparalleled. She's a genius. We love Diablo Cody.
And talking to Marissa, who's amongst us, the only one who's had a chance to see it yet, it's an interesting approach on how these songs are represented, because it's not just one character, a person belting out their story in the voice of these songs that Alanis wrote, but it's multiple characters taking different points of view in these songs. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, totally.
And in fact, Marissa was saying that what I'm going to let her speak because she can tell. Marissa, what song was it you said that it's multiple people at the table and it's their inner thoughts going on?
Oh, All I Really Want.
Which is a great song.
Which is a great song. When you think about it, it's when Alanis is singing it, she's singing it as one person saying, all I really want is redemption and all I really want is this and that. But when the cast sings it, it's a family sitting around a table, a mom and dad, a son and a daughter, who all have, very deep stories within them. And they're kind of singing it into they're not singing it to each other. They're just kind of singing it in their own head. Like,
Yeah,
the
it's
mom's
what's
like,
going on in their inner monologue. Yeah.
exactly. And when
I love that.
it interacts that way, I was like, wow, this is going to be good.
Nice. And so with that, Jade, you're playing Joe. Would you consider Joe to be the main character in the story, or are there multiple main characters?
Not at all, actually. So there's the main character is kind of this relationship between mother and daughter, as it kind of is in the album too. You know, we get so much of that story already from Alanis. That's mostly the central story, and Joe comes in as the best friend of daughter Frankie.
Okay.
Best friend / best friends with benefits. As Alanis would say.
Okay.
Yeah, and without giving too much away, there's a lot of that relationship that just kind of implodes and does different things, and yeah.
No, that's cool because this album. I mean, just when it burst on the scene, it just one right after another. Every song was amazing. I mean, you hadn't seen anything like that. I don't know if we'll ever see anything exactly like that. I wanted to ask you, from the point that you're playing it now to the point that you first heard it, because we all have our perceptions of what the songs mean when we first heard them. Does a lot of the way it's portrayed in the musical, I'll call it a musical, does that comport with a lot of the ways you first interpreted the songs when you first heard them?
In some ways, yeah, and in some ways, I think these songs hit even harder in 2023. Like, I mean, Alanis, I'm such a diehard Alanis fan, and I think she, in so many ways, was ahead of her time and like talking about things that nobody had really talked about, especially women in the industry yet.
Right.
It's like the third line of "You ought to know." Like, would she go down on you in a theater?
Right.
It was like, what? Like,
oh yeah.
Who is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so now, without there's not that same shock value, obviously, but so many of these wants and these desires that she brings are so even more applicable now.
Jade, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 25. I'm the same age as the album.
All right, yeah. So there you go, same age as the album. Because when that song, "You Ought to Know," that was the first release off that album. When that hit, it became the. Dude, did you hear this? Have you heard that song yet? Have you heard this song? And I love the fact that it came out the same year that you were born and still was as impactful to you.
So yeah.
That's
well,
awesome.
Joe gets to sing that song, which is such a treat and such a privilege. And believe me, it still hits just as hard.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, but just from a singing point of view, that's a really. You really have to push that out. Are you working really hard when you're singing "You Ought to Know"?
I'm working hard both. I'm definitely working hard, like, emotionally. I'm like having a meltdown. But yeah, it's a lot of fun.
You know what? A lot of people don't think when they think of a Jagged Little Pill, they think of it as that this is this darker, swaying, pissed off Alanis. But there's so much hope, and there's so much. Like beauty in the music as well. I think we tend to think of it one way, and there's the whole panacea of emotions, and obviously
100%.
That's what you're shooting to portray in the production. How long have you been at this about this particular production?
Yeah. We started rehearsals at the end of July, so I don't know. I guess going on 6 months now.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is Alanis? Is Alanis had any involvement in this?
Yeah. So she was obviously part of the initial creation of Jagged Little Pill, the musical, along with our director Diane Hollis and of course Diablo Cody. And yeah, she's kind of been in and out throughout the process. And she came to San Francisco to meet with us and kind of have a day with us, and we got to ask her anything we wanted, which was lovely. And she's such a wise, interesting, kind human being that to hear her perspective on these songs, 25 years later was once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Did she get a chance to see a run through with you performing, or come to a performance of that with you performing in it? Because I'm curious what that experience would be like.
Yeah, I think she came to LA for our opening night, and then she came again in San Fran, which is I think closer to her hometown now. But yeah, she really loved it. I very deliberately try and match my voice to like things that she's doing and take some of her stylistic choices, and because people love to hear that.
Yep.
And it was an honor to get to do that to her, and hopefully,
Right,
I mean,
that-
she said she liked it.
That's and I'm sure she did, but and it's got to be and kudos to you because you tread a fine line. You don't want to be doing an impression. You want to be paying tribute, and we heard you obviously accommodating the things that she does, her mechanisms for singing, but your own voice clearly sits in that register. And so that's got to be cool. I have to ask you because when you're doing stuff like that and you're belting out songs and you're in a show for this long, what do you do to maintain your voice? Do you lose your voice? Do you just sit in do you sleep on top of a humidifier? What do you do?
Literally. Yeah, I have like a humidifier beside my bed. I have this giant water bottle for people that are watching at home. Like everything.
Yeah.
Turmeric, steaming. Like it's a full-time job on top of my full-time job.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you guys, this is a touring production. You guys are only here for another week or so, and like you said, you were in L.A. and San Francisco. I don't know where you're off to next, but I was wondering how this all works out. Like, do you guys have two different sets so that as you're performing in one city, another set can be built in another city, or is there a little bit of time in between each city that you do this in?
No, we're hardcore. We
Yeah.
are so hardcore. It's bananas backstage. We close up the show Sunday night, around 9:30 p.m. And then the crew, our amazing crew, is like packing the trucks as we are finishing the show. Like you have a prop in your hand and you like hand it to a crew member that puts it into a truck. Like
Wow.
And then they drive to wherever our next place is.
Yeah.
It's intense.
Jade, when the record came out, I, like most people, listened to it a lot, and it was on the radio a lot, and then I kind of got away from it for probably 20-some years, and then revisited it 2 or 3 years ago, and I had forgotten how much I love the song You Learn. It's my favorite song on the record, and I'm curious as to whether or not you have a favorite song from the record.
You Learn is up there. I'll have to say that. Like, you're right. It's so beautiful, and it's so all-encompassing for what the album is. Yeah, I think Hand in My Pocket.
That's a great song.
It's so nice and so like jovial and
I love the video too. The video is great. I mean, that playful side. I love to see Alanis Morissette. By the way, she plays sort of like an ethereal voice in this newer animated series, The Great North, I think it's called.
Okay,
and so she's got a good sense of humor. And I think that it's cool that, again, you hear any piece of any Alanis Morissette song, you're going to start singing to it. To have this opportunity to be reminded of it through this show is a great thing.
Absolutely.
Nice. We're getting a lot of texts coming in of people who have already seen it and are commenting specifically on you and using words like power and beauty and stuff like that. So,
wow, they usually use that for us.
Showstopper. I know. And Jade gets it now.
Yes.
Well, that's awesome. So the show continues at the Academy of Music through Sunday, but coming up very soon. It's wrapping up. You got another week or so, less than a week actually, to get on it. But tickets are available at KimmelCulturalCampus.org. Jade, continued success. Thanks for coming on this morning, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you all so much. Have a great day.
Take care.
Rest of your
Jade
day.
McLeod, guys. Jagged Little Pill. That is a great record. In fact, I'm going to dive down that road again later on today.
You know, when I started re-listening recently was The Death of Taylor Hawkins.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then I was watching some footage, and there was, as these things happen, there's this explode. Who is this? Oh my God! Everyone loves it now because everyone loves it. I'm not sure. Maybe it's too much. Maybe it's overdone. And then and then you take the breather and you go, no, we were right to love it initially, and
This was great.
It's well worth the time.
Nice. We actually have tickets to give away to see the show either Wednesday or Thursday night this week. So we can give away these now. And I tell you what, we'll take, I'm going to give away a handful now. I'll give away a couple more before the show's up. Is that cool? So I'll take callers 15, 16, and 17 at 215-263-WMMR, and you'll be able to go. It's this week, either Wednesday or Thursday night, 15, 16, 17. I'll give away a couple more later
Preston,
on.
you have the ultimate chance to do something ultra meta.
What?
Go see the show and give somebody oral in the theater.
Wow. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey!
Right?
Yes.
I mean, come on.
God, I remember when that was the big thing. You're like, you cannot believe what this person
And
said.
then it was Dave Coulier.
In this song, and it turned out to be Dave Coulier. Did she ever confirm that 100%?
It's pretty much, yeah.
Right.
Yes. I'm going to say yes because I know it's been posed to her many times, and that would have been the relationship that, predated
Wow.
that.
Well, then, I mean, because the song is like, hell hath no fury,
Yes.
man. Like,
And she says she amped it, obviously just to some extent, but she felt that way.
Right.
I mean, you figure you lose a Dave Coulier, you don't get to hear cut that out the way you used to hear it.
Yeah. It can be upsetting.
Yeah.
And
some other girl is hearing cut that out.
Make you go dark side if you need to. Well, all right. Anyhow, so moving on to something else. I saw this article that I thought was kind of interesting. Actually, it was through a Reddit thread of people responding to a question about things that you never see in porn. All right, things that don't happen with sex in porn.
I'm looking at number one on your list. That's
And
hilarious.
there's some very interesting things. What happens in the bedrooms that would classify as pornographic outtakes, essentially.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll give you some examples, and I think that there are some that you will definitely go, yeah, that's absolutely true. This one says, when you press your chests against each other and the trapped air in between makes a little fart noise as it escapes. So right in here.
Right, in the divot.
In the little concave. If you do it just right and then you pull away, it's like,
Sorry.
You never see that.
It's a chest queef, so it's a chief.
Something like that.
A tweef.
This is another one. Now, I have to use some of the language because Bill gets a little scared when we go into this direction. When a man loses his excitement.
Yes.
While changing positions, while switching from one position to another.
Right.
It may be just enough time.
Yeah.
Where you have to physically get from here to there.
And its time is critical.
And then we got to start over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's challenging this time of year is temperature in the bedroom, because when it's cold out and you're exposed above the sheets and stuff happens and then stops for a little bit.
Yeah.
You got to play it right.
Yeah.
You got to play it right.
Yeah.
Timing's important.
So this one happened this past year to me. Okay. It's not the same. Okay. But it says sneezing. Now, this wasn't sneezing. It was a cough.
Oh, I think.
Okay. And this guy says, my wife sneezed during sex once, and I thought that hers was going to snap my D off in half.
Wow.
I screamed. She laughed. So we were at great, wonderful, intimate moment, and Rochelle had been sick. And so a coughing fit came on.
Oh, my God.
While we're in the middle of that. And I'm telling you, I've never felt that before in my life.
Really?
Oh, my God.
do it
so
again.
You were okay.
What?
Nothing. You were.
Yeah, we were in the moment.
Yes.
It was.
You guys were attached.
The hot dog was in the bun.
Yes.
And she coughed, and it was like
God.
it came shot out like a torpedo out of a submarine.
Bill's under his desk right now.
And it was. We both started cracking.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Because it was bizarre, man.
Well, you're pressurizing.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. It's like jettisoning something out into space.
All right, so these are things that don't happen.
Don't happen in porn.
In porn. Putting your hand out to steady yourself and accidentally pulling their hair in the process.
You know what?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So if your missionary, she's on the bottom, and you put your hand down on the bed to kind of like push up or something like that, and their hand has gotten in their hair.
Have you ever had
yanked it?
The situation where you are on top,
okay,
and you are there's the wall in front of you, which you would reach out to, and you misguess the distance,
yes,
and tumble forward.
Yes. I think that has happened before. Similar. Kathy, have you ever had the hair thing?
I don't know. I'm not into this.
The pig thing was more the.
What was the pig thing?
The penile implant for pigs.
Yeah. Are there any times where you can talk about sex?
Yeah, I don't. to me, like to hear about you and your wife, I don't want to
She
hear
finds it
that.
disgusting.
No, I don't know. I just don't want to hear it.
I kind of feel like when I hear somebody complain about their children and they're complaining about the things that my children do, and I'm like, oh God, thank God. Like, I'm not the only one. So when I'm hearing this stuff, I'm like,
You're okay.
I hope she's listening because it's like,
it's not
thank
just
God
you.
I'm not the only one.
All right, here's another one. It says, doing a new position, figuring out it doesn't work, and laughing about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Right?
Especially when you get like a Kama Sutra book or whatever, and you're like, hey, this will be fun. Let's give it a shot.
The Kama Sutra, so it might as well be a science fiction book. These are things that you don't see in a porn movie, just to specify, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So you never
this
see
type of thing
that.
you never see. So you
They're always masterful.
You give it a try.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't. It's not working. And then it's funny.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Let's
you get
go
a
back
kick
to
out of that.
spooning.
Or then there's the
cuck always laughs.
Wait, what are you trying to do there? What?
I don't know. I saw it. In
You
the
decide
movie
to,
once.
you decide to go off the script a
This
little
one's
bit.
for the cuck. Watch this.
Yeah.
The book said it'd be fun.
I'm sorry, 2 pages were stuck together.
Some of these are standard, and this one says the cleanup. Obviously, you don't see that.
Never see that.
in a movie, in a scene or whatever.
You do see the stepmother come in. That's not how you do it.
Here's one that says, as far as porn and what you never see in real life in sex is the happiness. They said it's all sexy sex. There's a lot of smiling, affection, laughing, having fun when it comes to sex. Most times in porn, it's just fake lust. Real life is a lot more fun and a lot happier.
That's true.
You know?
I don't know. Would that go? Would that go
No,
over?
not really.
No, they're going.
Not for porn. Not for
porn. Yeah.
Not for what it's used for.
They used to in the early days of pornography, when you're talking about your Behind the Green Door and Deep Throat and those other movies. They were
playful.
There was a plot, yeah, at least, and there would be. I remember, the first ones. They would actually they'd try to make a story.
That's why learning about sex from porn
is
unrealistic.
It's horrible.
It's thoroughly unrealistic.
There is a category on several porn sites that is porn for women.
Yes.
I don't often click on that. My friend doesn't often click on that category. But
it's more romantic.
Does it also include cuddling and smiling and the things that you're describing here?
I don't know about that.
The predominant amount of the people more in charge these days in the industry are women.
But if they're marketing towards men,
if they're marketing towards men, what
they're
are
not
they
gonna
doing? For a while, one of the most successful series, and I think we had the woman on who was behind it, or on top of it, was they were doing these pirate things, and they were doing these.
Oh, sure, yeah, the big productions.
Sunny Leone. Yeah, I think that's who it was.
Was it her?
I think she was in for that. Yeah.
Who's the MILF chick that we always have in?
Lisa Ann.
Lisa Ann. Yeah, because we had her in before, and she has had. I heard that she was in it was more love making.
Okay,
and to me, like if you're saying you're marketing that towards women, well, no, there's plenty of guys out there that would prefer that over that hardcore stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I heard that from my friend.
Yeah. So here are other things that you never see in porn that happen in real life. Muscle cramps.
Oh God, the worst.
Yes, without question. If you get a Charlie horse.
I mean, just at I had one in the middle of the night for no reason whatsoever. It woke me up like 3 a.m.
Oh, big time.
And I was just, why? Why, God?
Yep. It's the world's worst alarm clock when you get a Charlie horse.
I had one so bad that I got out and fell on the floor because of the bed because it was too painful. And I'm like, well, how did I not even perceive that I was building towards this?
Mm-hmm. I like this one. This is what you do not see in porn. Resuming normal life afterward. You never see people in porn getting dressed up after and casually talking about resuming their day. Like, all right, going to go do some laundry now. Got anything you need to put in the washer before I start? Because it goes right back to life.
How popular would that be, though, right?
I know. But these are just things to keep in mind, that there's something outside of that it's not a realistic look.
Yes. Of all the things to take away from that, realize that it's corrupting a lot of the way people perceive intimacy.
Another one is bumping heads. You don't see that, although that would be fun to watch because it's always fun to see something like that happen.
Are there outtakes?
Yes,
there are. Okay. Yeah, that's also a category that my friend.
It is.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah.
Bloopers and outtakes.
Oh, I need to see that.
No, they're not.
No?
really
They're
like
not
that.
that
Well,
Never mind.
It depends on what your mood is. Like maybe afterwards, that's something you would want to tune into.
Yep. This one says your kid's running in. You never see that in a porn.
Or your neighbor's kid's running it.
I mean,
And then the last thing I'll add, and then we'll move along because you guys aren't into this.
oh, I am.
Getting stabbed by the IUD.
Wow.
That
I guess that happens.
I didn't know
don't
that could happen.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what it says.
Is there? I guess there's point. Is there a point on which you could be stabbed?
I don't know
Is it
about
like
no
a medieval
IUDs.
mace?
I have no idea. But that was a Reddit thread, so I thought I'd pass that along. All right, this was out. People in Hawaii, Washington. No, we're not in Just Saying Institute.
That was before.
People in Hawaii, Washington, Minnesota have the longest life expectancy in the country, according to a new study. This was done by Nice RX. They had a study on Thursday that found Hawaii has the longest life expectancy of all 50 states at 80.7 years, and that came out in 2020.
Now, the general life expectancy in the United States has dropped by
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so it's dropped for the second year in a row to 76.4 years. So that the number in Hawaii is about 4 years higher than the national
There you
average.
go. Pick up a couple of years.
CDC data shows that the difference between life expectancy among men and women has also widened. And now men in the U.S. have an average life expectancy of 73.5, while women can expect to live to the age of 79.3 years.
Wow.
Yep. The CDC, and I think we touched on this, the CDC attributes the decline in life expectancy to deaths caused by COVID-19, as well as deaths due to unintentional injuries, chronic liver disease and cirrhosis, suicide and homicide.
Do you think people drink more now than they did, I don't know, back in the day?
I don't know. I think that clearly we're in the past few years, it's if you had wanted to drink more, you probably did.
To me, it seems like the adults are more social these days than they were when I was a kid and with my parents. Like, my parents went out from time to time, but I don't know. It just seems to me like there's more of that than there was when I was a kid. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention to it.
Oh, my parents partied hard.
Did they?
Oh, yeah. Yep, 1970s? Hell yes.
Okay.
They were all over it. Daiquiris.
Daiquiris.
I say, I mean, the others, the main sound you heard in my house was
Who was a daiquiri person? Your mom?
everybody, all the
Okay.
neighbors, parties,
Daiquiris.
lime daiquiris.
At that house that I went to?
No, this is even before that.
Before that, okay.
Yeah, this is, I was a young kid.
I think a lot of people, Casey, have a lot of adults that I know have switched over to marijuana and edibles, vaping, that type of thing. And because they don't get hungover, they'll do it at home. You know, so I know a lot of people who are California sober and they've just sort of given up booze, and the weed is the way they go.
But people aren't partying like that, right?
I don't.
I mean, like,
think
you know
so.
what I mean?
Not
Okay.
like my age group. I don't think so. I think it's more of like a relax at the end of the day or end of the week kind of thing.
But as far as regular booze consumption, I don't know if that's
But that's what I mean.
Statistically up.
So in those households, booze consumption has gone way down. All right, but weed consumption has gone up.
By the way, so going back to Hawaii, because they have the longest life expectancy, and the average is around 80 years old. Men have an average life expectancy of 77 and a half years, while women have an average life expectancy of almost 84 years.
I wonder
That's a pretty big difference.
I wonder do they suggest what the contributing factors are to that? It's a healthier place to live? Is it less stressful?
In this story, they didn't specifically. So the other states, so
They're
you have,
closer to volcanoes?
you have Hawaii at 80.7, then you have Washington State at 79.2. So it's not too far off
They have a
from
volcano.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
They do. Yeah. Dormant volcano.
Absolutely.
Then you have Minnesota third. California was fourth. It tied with Massachusetts, which is interesting.
Where's Philly sit?
PA. I don't know. I only have the top 10 on the list. New Hampshire was sixth, and it tied with Oregon. Then you have Vermont tied with Utah, and Connecticut rounds out the top 10.
Connecticut?
Yeah, which is kind of interesting. Pennsylvania is 25th. We're always kind of in the middle, aren't we? For most things, except for
bitch.
fattest.
Yeah, that we just dominate.
Sometimes we win that one.
Stupid fattest, as we always get the wonderful accolades.
But we are so close to New Jersey, which is number 20. So,
Yeah.
like, you know, maybe we're 22. just where we are.
But look at also the breakdown. You're looking at 76.8, 76.7, 76.6. So there, a lot of them are just sit right in the same pocket.
Right.
Yeah. And that's if you take the statistical, percentage, either way, it's all pretty much the same.
I come to the realization that I think I want to retire to Oregon.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And there's a few reasons why. But maybe the number one is California is incredible, but it's unbelievably expensive. So buying a home or any type of home, retirement or otherwise, in California is not really possible. Washington seems to me to be a little too far north and west and cold, but Oregon sits right in the middle of that. And and I checked, like I was just doing Zillow polling the other day. There are towns in along the Pacific coast that are affordable, and I was looking at homes that here would cost, I don't know, $4 or $5 million, and there were not nearly that expensive.
Does it matter? Would it matter to you as far as retirements of just going somewhere where you don't know anybody?
No.
Doesn't mean anything to you?
I mean, I'm sure there would be times of the year where I'd get lonely and miss those people, but to me, location probably ends up mattering more.
I have a clear determining factor. Like, for example, the two retirement places on my list would be Dubai, or Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi. And what's the difference?
And I put down to one aspect that I think is going to determine where I'm going to live, because the people of Dubai don't like the Flintstones,
right?
But the people of Abu Dhabi do. They do.
So yeah, I get it.
Still getting laughs. Are any of you guys interested in snowbirding?
No. Yes.
No.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. So when you ask that question of moving away to somewhere where I don't know anybody, because the other part of the year I would be here.
Are you interested in snowbirding too?
I am, but not
Florida?
Not Florida.
Yeah.
I would snowbird probably in Arizona or Palm Springs.
Okay.
Palm Springs is prohibitively expensive, but there are areas around Palm Springs that are more affordable.
Okay.
And I think I would prefer that over Florida.
Would you choose snowbirding over porky pigging?
There's something satisfying about porky pigging it.
Really?
Yeah.
Not for me.
Okay.
What's the opposite of porky pigging, where you're just wearing shorts and no shirt?
That's a good question. I've kicked around the idea of snowbirding eventually down the road, but I had considered Florida because I'm like, what else is available? But you don't necessarily have to be near water.
No,
you can head out west and hit warmer weather that way.
Yeah, I just have fallen in love with like northern Arizona and southern Utah, like that whole area. I would never ever get tired of what.
Just like that's where all the FLDS people live in Northern Arizona.
I can change them.
I know.
I can change them.
Just when I think of that area, and that's probably stupid of me to go to that in my brain, but that's what I think of, like, oh, you want 12 wives?
Yeah. Right. Well,
Well, that's too many. 10, I think.
10. Yeah. Doable.
Yeah.
All right. One more thing, then we're going to have to take a break. But I knew you were going to do that. After nearly 3 decades, Stomp has wrapped up on Broadway.
Oh, man, I was going to go.
29 years.
Knock it off! I saw it.
I've seen it a few times.
Yeah, it's fun.
I love it. It's great. So Stomp co-producer and general manager Richard Frankel said 29 years is a long time to sustain a run.
Our knees hurt.
They said foreign tourists became a major part of our audience, and they really have not returned to New York since COVID. It's been tough, and we just aren't selling enough tickets.
Sadly, all that killed a lot of shows, and then in production-wise, now that theater will then house Squirt, which is the new one.
Oh, my God.
Dear God.
Very different show.
How much does that cost?
It's like $10.
Okay. Oh, man.
Did you guys see Squirt yet?
I don't even know what I was watching.
Oh, my God.
Bring a slicker.
So
How long is the show? Is it like 2 hours with an intermission and all that?
It's probably an hour and a half, something like that.
We had the local Stomp
Maybe 2 hours,
crew. Remember, they would occasionally we'd get them out, like at the camp out. We got them out once or twice, and in here. It's a very inventive show. When did it first debut?
1980s is where it was when it originated. The first, I'm not sure when it first started as a stage show, Steve, but Stomp is not going away all. So over the course of its run, it became an international phenomenon, playing 45 countries.
Right.
Performers made appearances on Sesame Street and the Olympic Games. It's spoofed on the Simpsons, and it has sprouted multiple companies, as many as 6 at one time. Although the long-running London production of Stomp closed down in 2018, the producers said both the North American and European tours still do good business and will continue for the foreseeable future. By the way, it started in England. I did not know that.
That I remember. And I remember there was the guy who was the creator behind it explained how it came to be, and I completely forgot what he said, but it was very organic.
Came from United Kingdom street performance scene. Nicholas, his name is Steve McNicholas, together with co-creator Luke Cresswell, used their bodies and everyday objects to demonstrate the power of rhythm. When they brought their performance to Edinburgh Fringe Festival in 1991, Steve.
There we go.
It caught the attention of producers, and then tours in Australia and Canada followed.
Do you remember? So there have been these shows like Stomp, like Blue Man Group, like where they were the Broadway shows that were more of an event. Beatlemania, I remember, for the longest time was
They had
huge.
some offshoots of Stomp. There was one called Blast that used like brass instruments and stuff like that. But there was a whole bunch of them, and there's absolutely no dialogue at all,
right?
In Stomp, like nobody says anything. In fact, the guy at the very, very end, the last guy, comes out with one guy just with a broom to wrap it up, and then he has the audience kind of clapping along, and then he just says, "Keep going," and then walks off stage, and that was it. Otherwise, there's no verbal interaction at all with the crowd. So co-founder McNichols said, New York has been the heart of the Stomp universe. The city has not only hosted nearly 11,500 performances on the show, it's also where the company held most of its auditions. And a company spokesperson said the future location of touring company auditions is yet to be determined. By the way, it was performed in, did I say 11,500? Yeah, so
yes.
in New York alone, over or near
It's amazing.
11,500 performances.
So was the longest running show on Broadway the Fantastics, I think?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
What is that?
I mean, things like Cats had a really long run, and so did the Phantom of the Opera.
I would like to see a cross version, like Stomp. The Stomp performers do Death of a Salesman.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
I think that would be kind of cool. No dialogue, but you get what's going on. You know the story well enough.
Yeah, you get the gist.
Yeah.
So Phantom of the Opera, Steve, is still running, and it debuted in 1988.
Wow.
So, quick Google search says Phantom of the Opera is the longest running Broadway show.
Did you ever see it on Broadway?
No, I saw it. I saw the movie. I don't know if I've ever seen the stage performance.
I saw it twice, and both times, like when you leave, there is wall to wall sobbing women. And I'm sure I teared up. There's it's
Did a sad ending?
Oh, well, yeah,
I don't know. Okay.
yeah. And it's just one of those ones where you're like, oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's apparently still going. That's
Is
crazy.
Phantom of the Opera the type of where they sing the whole time? Not like there's no.
There's a little bit
spoken
of
dialogue?
talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate
And then
those
they do a
shows.
lot of sweeping and they bang on garbage cans.
Okay.
You hate the shows where it's all singing?
Yeah, like Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat and Les Mis. Like, I can't follow when there's no spoken dialogue.
Okay.
Well, you love Dear Evan Hansen, and that has spoken in it, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I prefer
says he doesn't- yeah.
where there is.
Oh, I
spoken
got you.
dialogue.
Okay.
It's
No,
not
yeah,
all
like
sung.
Les Mis to me was, and everyone loves, or a lot of people love Les Mis.
Yeah.
Les Mis was a little arduous for me. I'm like, okay.
And that's all vocal,
It seemed
all
to be.
singing.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I was ripping my ears out.
Well, Stomp is done in New York, but the touring shows will still come around. That's one of those things that it's going to be around
Yes.
forever, probably.
You know what? I just saw the press because I was curious because you said London. The play that goes wrong.
Yes.
It's coming to Philly.
No kidding.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
You guys said it was hilarious.
Yeah, so,
we went to a West End production of that per recommendation from Michael Giacchino.
Yes.
And we saw it when we did our broadcast from London, and it was a lot of fun.
You could never make that into a movie because it has to exist as a stage.
It has to.
Creature,
It has to.
right?
Yeah, it's part of. In fact, they come out and you're there for this theater's production of this particular show.
It's a show within a show.
Yeah, it's a show within a show, and it starts before the show even starts.
Right.
Like people are walking around and they're part of the cast, and you don't know it.
That's
and
cool.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so it's coming to town in April to May, and it's at a theater I've never heard of. It's called the Play and Players Theater on Delancey Street. You guys ever hear of that? Okay. Well, so when we saw it, it's a smaller theater. So I think, because I saw it there, I would prefer to see it in a smaller setting.
Yep. All right. Very good. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate that. We do need to take a break. We'll do some more tickets for Jagged Little Pill before the show is up. So hang in and I'll tell you when to call in and win those. We'll come back with the Bizarre File. Yeah. So hang in there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. The new and improved.
Her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too.
Yeah.
At 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger. Unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need
to please me. They can stimulate and tease me.
They won't leave in the night. I've no fear
that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. I noticed a piece of audio that I never notice audio, but I noticed...
Notice who never notices audio, but on his birthday, he notices audio.
Rent is going to be live on Fox on Sunday night.
I love these shows.
Yeah.
I love them all. There was one or two that I thought were substandard. I think the Rocky Horror Picture Show was not really worth a damn.
Yeah.
But I loved Grease.
Grease was great.
Still have it on my DVR.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to this, to Rent.
The music in the show is so good. My wife and I went to see it without knowing anything about it other than this is the show to go see.
Right.
And we were just like sitting there with our jaws on the floor just because the performances were so great.
Do you guys want to try it? River Valley Vocal Band? Do you guys want to try it?
I think it's something we should set as a goal. We've already did Afternoon Delight.
I think we should do it right now.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah.
Do you have the lyrics? I don't know the. I don't know the
on the monitor, if you will.
All right, we really don't. This is morning, boys. You got to understand our concerts are always at night.
This is a very rare performance of the River Valley Vocal Band. Those of you here in our studio, what a treat.
This was like when Sonny Bono and Cher sang on the Letterman Show impromptu.
All right, Kathy, you're the bass, right?
Yes.
Yes, I think I can handle that.
No.
Oh my God, we're harmonizing.
That was crazy.
That's it. We did it.
One more time. Oh my God.
That's it. Go
Walk
on from
away.
there.
We're done.
Walk away.
We can't do any better.
We're not
But
gonna
we're
sing.
going to. Let's do
We
it.
are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
525,000.
One more time. Wait,
You're trying to harmonize?
God.
It's supposed to be in unison.
All right, let's do it. Ready?
We got 6 syllables in.
I almost fell out of
Hey, we aced 5.
Started strong.
One more time.
First
Go.
syllable.
2,
Really good.
3, 4.
525,600.
Should I go low or high?
You know what? All right,
Try high this time. Try high this time. 2, 3, 4.
525,600.
Nick's choking.
All right, I can't. Hang on, I need to drink water. Hang on a second.
Have some water.
Have some water. Let us know when you're
All
ready.
right. I think maybe we should just get to the How About Love part, guys. What do you say?
All right. That's the toughest part.
How does that go? I don't.
How about
All right, you got that?
I got it.
All right.
All right. This time I'll only count to 3.
Okay.
Because it leads
On
into
3
the
or
role.
after 3?
I say 1, 2, 3. How about?
Okay.
Ready? All right.
Oh, that was bad.
All right, everybody get the sillies out.
Okay.
Seriously. Guys, this is about AIDS, all right?
All right.
That's true.
1, 2, 3. How about?
Wait, no.
You just said get the sillies out.
I choked on my own spit, though. Maybe I shouldn't have drank
No,
water.
I get it. You find AIDS funny.
We should have stopped it.
Should we call Justin?
Oh, God.
How much you drinking over there?
Not much.
Okay.
Not much. Just enough to clear out all the phlegm.
A man died performing Rent today.
All right, here we go.
Casey's crying.
We're going to do How
Look at
About
him.
Love?
It's so emotional.
Okay.
This song.
All right, count us down again,
All right,
Preston.
1, 2, 3. How about
love?
How about love?
We got one line.
We got one in.
How about love?
Measuring
love. Seasons of love. Okay,
we got it.
Wow. Nailed it.
Nailed it. That was a success for sure.
I'll tell you what.
Sunday at, I forgot what time, 7, I think.
Our 5 was perfect.
Why even tune in? You just heard the whole thing right now.
Our harmony before that was pretty solid, I think. Don't call Justin. Are you calling Justin now? I see the hotline.
I texted him.
Oh, no.
He's calling us.
I don't want to sing anymore.
He will.
I don't want to talk to him.
There was an
There's
alarm
a guy
that went
who can
off.
sing with such ability. Yeah, he's like Batman. Whenever there's horrific singing, there's a musical note that starts flashing.
Everybody's agreeing on the text message. The beginning was good.
Yeah.
Somebody said, let's move on.
Yes. All right, let's move on. Okay. I noticed other things.
So this is the hottest Christmas toys for 2019. I found the article on CNET, and it's a long list, so I'll just go over like some of the big ones.
Yeah, hit some highlights.
Okay, the Spin Master Wild loves Juno, my baby elephant. I had no idea what this was. It's an interactive toy for like little kids, like ages 3.
Wow.
It's $70.
$70.
But apparently this is like a hot toy that the babies want.
You know, obviously, I think what probably one of the most lucrative jobs in the toy industry is coming up with these incredibly long names for these toys.
I know, yeah.
I played with G.I. Joes.
Yeah.
You know, this is the Dr. Spindoculus.
Yeah.
Floating platform of goodness.
Micronauts are what I played with when I was a kid. These are these little,
Aren't kids supposed to be
little action figure things.
Oh, say, because this is sort of a responsive little pachyderm.
Yep, that's exactly
pretty
what
cute.
It is. Yeah,
It actually is cute.
Okay.
But
and
Kathy,
I want it.
Kids, babies don't know what they want. I mean, even if they're 3 years old.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I guess I didn't mean what they want, but they're going to love it if you get this. It's one of the things that moves in.
If they know what's good for them.
If they know what's good for them, the little brats.
Dude, okay.
Okay.
It is
that
cute,
looks
isn't it?
really phallic, though, with the trunk thing.
Yeah, well, so you can use it. Adults can use it for other things.
All right, I'm moving on. Paw Patrol is also big again this year.
Mommy, I want my
God,
toy
that
back.
was the best gift ever.
You tried so hard.
It's so hard.
And the
Those parties I'm never gonna forget. Just like elephants.
And then there was we already did another pre-screening. Like Marissa hosted that, right?
She hosted it last night at the AMC Fashion District.
It was last night, and then Casey hosted a screening last week
at the same exact place
for the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
And while we were on vacation, we got a text from Casey out of nowhere explaining that things didn't go quite the way he wanted them to.
So if it's possible to suffer a concussion without actually hitting your head, that's what I think you experienced, Casey.
Yeah. And so I don't want to. I'm hoping.
I'll find the text.
Okay,
I'll read it.
I'm hoping that I didn't lead you guys down in the wrong direction of where you think this story is going to go.
No, we don't know anything. We know that, but it was so heartfelt, the text you sent out, that we knew it had to, because there have been similar situations in all our lives. But this one seemed like, wow, this really had to be a little bit more.
Yes. So I have the text here.
Okay, go
it says,
ahead.
"Oh my God, I'm at the screening for Free Guy." And by the way, I sent you this text. I'm still there. I have not hosted the screening yet. Okay, I'm still there. I have already embarrassed myself, and I needed to go somewhere and be by myself. decompress for a second, and then I had to admit to somebody what an ass I am, okay? And just to sort of make myself feel a little bit better. And guess what? It didn't help. I still felt terrible. And I said, so they asked me to hype up the crowd and then introduce one of the stars of the movie. So this guy named Joe Keery, who plays Steve from Stranger Things, is in the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
He was there to introduce the film, and I was there essentially to introduce him.
Right.
So I had come back I was on vacation in Wildwood. I had come back just to do this. I thought it was a really cool experience.
Real quick, had you met him like at this point, or is he still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
By the way, he seems like he's awesome. I love that character, Steve from Stranger Things. He seems like I've seen him interviewed before. He seems like a cool guy.
He was a great guy.
Okay.
And I will say that, like, categorically, he was a great guy, and the movie is hilarious. It's a great movie. And the movie had been on the shelf for a year.
Yes.
They wanted a theatrical release, and so they were like, we're just going to wait.
Only theater.
And only theater. So, and then I just had a classic embarrassing moment. Like, it's a classic shut the F up, Casey, and walk away kind of a moment. I'm pretty embarrassed, but it's also a really funny story. So,
you said you weren't sure if it was going to translate on the air.
I'm not sure if it's going to translate on air.
Okay.
So,
well, let's hear it.
Well, deliver it in the original Farsi.
Right.
All right, so here's the deal. This movie was at the Fashion District, the old Galleria, the AMC there. I had never been there. By the way, what they've done to the place, the whole Galleria, the Fashion District, is awesome. It's really, really nice. So I get there. Joe had gotten there earlier than planned.
From the movie company.
But I had also gotten there an hour early, so I decided to walk around a little bit.
Right.
Side story, but it also is part of the story. I went to a place called Wetzel's Pretzels. Have you guys ever heard of Wetzel's Pretzels?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I love Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, and I love Annie Ann's.
Yeah.
Wetzel's Pretzels is like the best pretzel I have ever had in my entire life. And I was so happy with myself for going, you know what? I've never had a Wetzel's pretzel. Let me stop by and try one, right? Hey, me. And this thing was amazing.
And you were really proud of yourself.
And I was really proud of and I couldn't believe how it was big.
Oh, is this hand shocked?
Yes. It was amazing. And I'm sitting there, I'm eating this thing, and I'm going, I think I need to open a franchise. I'm like, this is like I have just discovered gold for the first time. That was like amazing. So I get done eating the pretzel, and Hannah from Allied Advertising she's my handler, and she says, "Hey, Joe's here. I can bring you back to meet him." I'm like, okay. I decide to use Wetzel's Pretzels as an icebreaker. Okay.
Well, you were completely enamored of Wetzel's Pretzels. It would be ridiculous not to.
Okay. I've been sober almost 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I go into this place like I had just done 7 rails of coke. Okay.
You're hyped up.
I'm hyped up. Okay. And let me also preface this by saying I'm fairly aware of who I am as a person and what I am as a person. And sometimes I have, how do you say, no chill.
You have moments.
Yes. No,
I have these moments. But listen,
that's a valid criticism of yourself.
Right.
But as we've told you throughout the years, to put a tap on that would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because that same energy delivers so much greatness to what we do
on the radio.
On the radio.
Okay.
In person.
On the radio.
With a stranger.
Yes.
Might be different.
So
yes.
like
someone who's never met you.
Right. So
who's in a new town promoting a movie.
And there are 3 people in this room that have never met me. And so, as the great Ted Lasso once said, "Know thyself, rest in peace, Socrates." I did not realize as I was going off the rails what was going on here. So I'm brought into this room. I go off on Wetzel's Pretzels. As it turns out, all 3 people in the room have heard of Wetzel's Pretzels before.
Oh, good.
And yes. So it
was relatable.
It was relatable, and we had this in common.
You picked the perfect icebreaker.
All right. So I meet Joe. Joe's a great guy. And then I meet 2 of his handlers. One of them, the female, was from Disney, right?
Yeah.
So she was his handler from the movie company. Hannah, who had brought me in and introduced me, has now left this room. We're in like this office, and I just go off the rails. That's all. Like, I was just being nice. I was being a nice guy, and I just didn't shut up for like 5 minutes straight. And
that's sometimes your Caseyism. Like, you don't know when to to end it.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Well, so I had 2 or 3 different times talked myself into a corner.
Well, let me jump in here also. Throughout the years, and it used to be the thing where I had asked, if you realized this story was not going anywhere, and then an asteroid hit the Earth.
Yes.
I asked you to say, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, and we all died.
Right. So there were a couple of, and listen, this is Steve from Stranger Things, and and prior to this, I thought maybe I was going to have to do a Q&A with him, so I did a little bit of research about him, and so I knew a little bit more about this gentleman. And as it turns out, I wasn't doing a Q&A. I was just introducing him, and that's fine. So.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to dive right into it and begin with this story out of India. Their aviation regulation on Thursday issued a notice to Air India officials for failing to comply with norms of handling unruly passengers following a midair urination incident.
I hate those.
On one of its flights last year. India's air safety watchdog said it sought details from the airline on the incident of an unruly male passenger allegedly relieved himself and a fellow female traveler on its business class flight. You're not supposed to get that in business class.
No.
From New York to Delhi on November 26.
If you're in business, he should have crapped on her.
Yeah, right. So they issued a notice to the airline's accountable manager, director, and flight services, and all the pilots and cabin crew, members of that flight, asking them to explain within 2 weeks why action should not be taken against them for failing to uphold regulations. The unruly passenger was drunk when he allegedly unzipped and relieved himself on a female passenger in her 70s who has since written a letter of complaint to Air India's group chairman about the, quote, most traumatic flight she's ever experienced.
Dear Air India, one of your passengers pissed on me.
She said although she was offered a set of pajamas and slippers.
Come on.
After informing the crew that her clothes and shoes were soaked in urine, she was told to return to her seat after it was cleaned.
Shut up, you old biddy.
When she refused to return to the soiled seat, which was covered with sheets but still reeked of urine, she was offered the crew seat for the rest of the flight.
Which is incredibly uncomfortable.
She said, I subsequently learned from a fellow passenger that several seats were available in first class, and he suggested to the crew that I be moved into one of those seats rather than being forced to sit in a soiled seat. Clearly, the crew did not feel that taking care of a distressed passenger was a priority.
It's horrific.
At the end of the flight, the staff, she said, told me that they would give me a wheelchair to ensure that I clear customs as early as possible. However, the wheelchair deposited me at a waiting area where I waited for 30 minutes and nobody came to get me.
I think the rule should be you get pissed on, immediate first class.
She said, I finally had to clear customs on my own and collected the luggage by myself, all in Air India pajamas and socks.
And she's 70.
The drunk passenger reportedly left the airport without facing any action upon landing. Yeah.
How's that not? Here, I think they would consider it assault, right?
Now, just 10 days later, a similar episode took place again on an Air India Paris-Delhi flight when a drunk male passenger peed on a blanket of a female passenger. The aircraft pilot reported the incident to the authorities and the passenger was apprehended, although he was allowed to leave after the female passenger declined to file a police case.
By the way, they do have bathrooms on those, don't they?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one of the things we're overlooking here.
Yeah.
They just don't have bathrooms.
If you have to go, please piss on someone next to you.
In Naples, Florida, police are looking for a man who allegedly threw his beer on a 5-month-old baby girl during a drunken rampage.
See, this all involves booze.
Dee, the mother of the child, said as he stormed out, he proceeded to throw an entire beer on my 5-month-old baby who was in her stroller doing absolutely nothing wrong.
That's wrong.
The man was thrown out of Virginia's Italian restaurant on Monday night for being overly intoxicated. On his way out, he began yelling at a family who was saying their goodbyes near the sidewalk, and then he threw the beer on the baby.
I don't like the way your baby's looking at me.
Dee said, when I saw my baby scared like I've never seen before, soaking wet in beer, I knew I had to pick her up and grab her. Virginia's restaurant manager quickly stepped in and took a photo of the man. He paid in cash at the bar, and there was no surveillance footage captured of the incident. Other restaurants also reported run-ins with the man and similar issues, minus the beer throwing. The child's mother said last night a woman said she saw him stumble into Sushi Thai and asked the hostess to let him purchase beer to go. Another woman is positive she served him dinner in North Naples that same night.
They'll get this guy.
The incident has been reported to the police. They're investigating. Anybody who recognized the man is asked to call the police.
How's the baby going to ID him?
Yeah. You'll love this, Steve. It was a lucky day for a beachgoer in Australia after she found a blue-ringed octopus in her bathing suit.
Oh, man.
Lisa Bryant was swimming at South Beach when she found a shell and tucked it into her bathers for safekeeping. She said it's something she often does in her daily swims, but this time was different as she began to feel irritation once back on the beach. She said, I pulled the shell out, and the blue-ringed octopus was coming out, and I sort of squealed and dropped it. Despite its small size, the creature can cause serious damage to humans, even leading to death. The bite doesn't cause pain, and puncture marks may not be visible. Numbness will be experienced, and it may become difficult to speak or see. She said, I had a quick look to see if there were any marks, and I had a little scratch. I started to freak, and everybody on the beach was freaking out, telling me to go to the hospital. Luckily, the creature had not bitten her. As a habit, she takes shells that are she shakes shells that are enclosed, but nothing appeared when she did it this time.
So if this ever happens to you guys, apparently you can tickle them. Do you know how many tickles it takes to get an octopus off you?
No.
10 tickles.
That's good.
It's like tentacles.
Tentacles. It's like the tentacles.
Right,
Okay,
that's good
tentacles.
advice.
Thanks, Dad. She said, in hindsight.
What was the we told? There were two on Friday that we.
There were. You had something about. Were you laughing at your wife when she dropped the laundry?
Yeah, I just stood there and watched it unfold.
It's good. You guys are working together.
This woman said, if you're swimming around the South Beach, don't be tempted to souvenir any shells from the seabed.
Wait, I had Jace's friend from the back seat the other day say to me, he goes, did you hear the rumor about butter? I'm like, no, what do you mean? He goes, never mind, I'm not going to spread it. I was like, oh my God. So 11-year-olds telling me dad jokes.
Yep. Tell them the tentacles one. See what they think. All right, last story. This is pretty messed up, but also interesting in how this guy was busted. Orthodontist Dr. Thomas Patrick Shannon is facing criminal charges after investigators say he was found to have solicited sexually explicit photos and videos from a minor in North Carolina through social media. Now, the sheriff's office, the Detective Bureau received a tip about Shannon's online communications with a 17-year-old girl. Detective Tim Potts went and interviewed Shannon at his business, Shannon Orthodontics. Detective Potts asked Shannon if he could recall talking to a young girl via Snapchat roughly 2 years ago, to which Shannon allegedly replied, possibly yes. He said, you asked for some nude photographs and you were going to send her money. Shannon replied, if it happened, obviously it's all there and I have to fess up to it. I didn't know anything more about that, but some girls are on there soliciting. So Shannon then apparently made a confusing move. He hired a forensic investigator to examine his iPhone and iCloud accounts in an attempt to show that there was no child porn stored on it. Well, the investigator allegedly found a large amount of child porn in his data. This is the guy that he hired to go in there. Yeah.
I told you I was a pedophile. Did I?
This allegedly included photos of minors under the age of 10 and sexually explicit photos of prepubescent and adolescent children.
Yeah.
Detective Christopher Gehring continued to investigate the case, and he apparently found that Shannon had been communicating with known minors online and seeking explicit photos and videos since at least January 2019.
Yeah, but I defy you to find 4 kilos of coke in my trunk.
And had used multiple social media apps, online banking accounts to do so. So Shannon has been charged with 8 felony charges in the case, this idiot.
He should get a discount on his defense attorney.
On many levels, and that is what I have in the bizarre file. All right. I got 2 more passes to see Jagged Little Pill. We had the star of the show, Jade McLeod, on just a little while ago. Jade was awesome and will be performing, and it's only going on through the 15th, I believe. And we have either Wednesday or Thursday show this week that you can see at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. We'll take callers 11 and 12 at 215-263-WMMR, and you will get to go to the show this week. So give us a call right now, and we'll put you on that list. We'll take a break, come back in a second. The lesson question, the trash and music news are up next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
On from pretzels. I don't even know what I don't know what the bridge from pretzels to Van Wilder was. But now I'm at Van Wilder, and because Ryan Reynolds is in Van Wilder.
Sure,
All right.
sure.
So, and I'm relaying the
It's
story.
another icebreaker.
I had a really great interaction and encounter with Ryan Reynolds at the Van Wilder screening and press junket in Panama City, and I'm relaying this story, and then I just hear a knock at the door. And I'm like, okay, let me answer the door. It's Hannah from Allied Advertising. So I open the door and she goes, hey, there's some people out here who want to have their picture taken with you. And I go, oh, okay, you know. And I start walking out the door. I get halfway out the door and I go,
you weren't talking to me, were you?
Wait, no. No.
No, what?
She was talking to me.
Okay, all right.
All right. But I kind of made a joke like, oh, Joe, no, they want some pictures. And she goes, no, they want pictures with you, with me. I'm like, oh, okay. And I walk halfway out the door, and it dawns on me that there's nobody out there to take pictures with me.
Oh my God.
The girl from Disney
Oh, God.
essentially texted Hannah like, dude, get this guy the F out of here.
Oh no. Oh no.
Right? And it dawns on me, and I step out the door.
Oh God.
And then I turn back. I go, wait a second.
Oh God.
I go, did you send her a text message to tell her to come and get me?
Oh no. Oh no.
She did. She flat out did. I go, you did. I go, it's fine. I go, I get it. I go, I'm so sorry, man. You know, listen, sometimes I have no chill or whatever. But I go, I know you totally did that, right? And then I shut the door and I walk away with Hannah and I go, did she send the text message? She goes, yeah, she did. I was like, oh my God. And listen, I don't care that I called her out on it. I don't.
No.
Like, that's
if you're going to do it, you got to own it.
Yeah. I'm like, and you did. I don't know what the text to Hannah said. I don't know if it was like, hey,
get this guy.
Can you get this guy? I don't know if she was nice
Please
about it.
get him to talk about pretzels again.
Oh my God. But
I mean, we're closer with Hannah than them. You should really ask I want to know what the text said.
I would, you know what? I will ask her, but she confirmed that no, there was nobody out there to take pictures with me. So now I'm standing outside of this room, and there's a step and repeat background. Yeah. Nobody's there to take their picture with me, and now I'm like, oh my gosh, like.
Now you're thinking.
I was a child at this point. Like, I was so embarrassed, and I was like so inside my own head, and I was like, this is terrible. I am so embarrassed. I almost felt like crying, and then because I was depressed. I was like I legit got depressed at who I am as a person. Like, and then I was like a little bit mad. I'm like, but I was being nice, you know what I mean? Like I'm a nice person, but like, God, Case, you're a 46-year-old man. You should freaking know. You have met a celebrity before. Like, stop being such an a-hole.
You were excited over pretzels.
I was excited over
that. Was the problem. You were excited over great pretzels, and
I still want to open a franchise, and it's not that expensive to open a franchise. My wife said, no, I'm not allowed to open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise. And I was trying to think of, like, where could I open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise? Where could I?
I thought this would have been you going, I need to go back and apologize right now, and then go back in there, and then they're with this guy again. Yeah. We can't get rid of him here.
What was the converse? Like, what was the... There was no conversation, right? Was it just you talking and not ending?
Right. All right. So, no, I try to get people involved in said conversation. So the questions were asked, I think, I'm pretty sure.
Do you recall a real exchange, like a conversation, or did you ask them to write down their questions and submit them to you?
I don't know.
So was there any point at which...
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, there were questions asked, and you didn't breathe to let them answer.
I had another moment over the weekend, too. Where
well, wait. Before you go to that, to this point, did you encounter them again? Did you get a chance to apologize to him, our buddy from Stranger?
I talked to the guy. Yeah. All right, so I never talked to the girl again from Disney. I talked to the guy. So I had gone into the theater after I had walked away and hung my head in shame for 10 to 15 minutes and texted you guys to try and make myself feel a little bit better. I was then asked to go into the theater to let people, because they collect your phones a lot of times before. So they had just gotten approval to let everybody have their phones back, and then I announced a surprise to hey, by the way, we have one of the stars here, so if you want to take a picture while he's in the theater, you can go get your cameras now. So I did that, and then I brought Joe onto the stage, and while Joe was addressing the crowd, I talked to the gentleman. I go, yo, man, I'm so sorry. I go, listen, sometimes I have no chill. And he was so cool. He goes, dude, he's like, you were fine. He's like, he's like, I want to hear the rest of the story.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm like, this guy, you're
Was
lying.
he
but
texting
thank
while he
you.
said that?
No. I'm like, you're lying, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
you know
then
how sometimes we have these events and there's the person who's in charge of making sure that the other person's okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the publicist did that on Joe's behalf and he didn't care at all. You know, like
there's a good chance that was the case.
and
Like I said, I
she's
wasn't
just trying to put up a barrier and you know, get out in front of a situation, because I've been at these things before, and I've been at them with you, and you're just friendly and you're you know, you're totally fine. But every now and then, somebody gets weirded out.
You're speaking the truth. 9 times out of 10, it is not the celebrity who has put these restrictions on. It is the handler.
Or it could be like that scene in The Running Man where Richard Dawson, the guy mops over his feet and he goes, hey, you're doing a great job. And he walks in the other room. If that a-hole is working here, later on today, you're going to be mopping the floor. But is there a chance maybe we could see about getting Joe on to talk to him and just say,
hey, are we okay? I'm really sorry.
I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to interview him anyway.
I would too.
but,
I
yeah.
really would love to have an opportunity to perhaps.
Well, go to the Disney rep. She was impressed.
Yeah, I know. No, here's the deal. If we were to get Joe on, he's not gonna be like, yeah, dude. He's going to be very diplomatic in that. But
Casey, I have had more moments in my life like that where I've walked out of a room and just felt horrible about myself for whatever way I reacted or have just presented myself, and it's a common thing, you know. I mean,
I told you guys about this.
It lives in you.
Yeah, it does.
I told you guys about this, and I'll just call it an argument that I had in a Wawa parking lot too long ago. And I felt worse about this encounter than I did about that encounter. Like, I really did. I felt worse about myself.
And that one almost came to blows.
No, it did.
Yeah.
It did. And I won't go into details, but I will let everybody know that I was in the wrong to begin with. But I had a very similar experience on Saturday night at the Fish concert. I was talking to a gentleman named Dave who he was telling me about these guys that were standing behind me, and one of the guys just so happens to be a guitarist of a band that I actually just started listening to, and I was like, what?
Pretzels!
I'm like, oh my God, Corey Wong!
Pretzels! I like pretzels! Do you like pretzels?
You ever had a Wetzel's pretzel? No. So, guy's name's Corey Wong, and he's the guitarist for a band Wolfpack. And
I love Wolfpack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do I. And I started going a little bit off the rails. And then Dave, who introduced us, he sort of had to qualify it. Hey, this guy is the producer for the '1 morning show in Philadelphia. Yeah. And that's what he says. And I'm like, oh, man.
I did it again.
I'm doing it again. I'm like, he's totally he's saying to this guy, this dude's not just although I am.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, let's reel it back a little bit. But this one time when you did the thing, no. So I tried to reel it back.
Pretzel bread. I like bread. So listen,
I didn't feel as
you
bad about
probably
that
felt
encounter.
it was worse than it was because now you were hyper aware of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't that bad.
It's challenging though too, because when you're with friends, when you're with loved ones, everybody smiles and nods and it's cool. When you're with strangers or somebody you've never met before, it changes the dynamic. And you have no idea what was going through Joe Keery's head. I'm sure he's fine and probably hasn't thought about it since then.
Right. Well, and
or that's the subject of his new movie.
Now, I've also been on the receiving end of a few of these experiences, right? People listen to the show and they're huge fans. Or, somebody will introduce me to somebody who clearly doesn't listen to the show, and that's fine, too. And now these people have to act like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, you don't have to.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen. I know you don't, and it's fun. But because of that, because of my experience that I had with Joe Keery, and to anybody, if you want to come up and say hi to me at a restaurant or a Wawa or where, please do it.
Absolutely.
Because the deal is, I don't have a job if it's not for you that's listening right now. It's just, it's as simple as that. All these great luxuries that I'm able to provide for my family are a direct result of you in your car or your home or your office or whatever listening to me right now. And so, same thing for you, Joe Keery. No.
Pretzels! Pretzels!
Wouldn't it be great if you guys open up a pretzel franchise, you and Joe Keery? You know?
I just want to own it by myself.
Local broadcasters open up a Wetzel's Pretzels with one of the stars of Stranger Things.
This is my thing. This is not Joe Keery's thing. This is my thing. And
just trying to find a bridge.
No, there is no bridge. And you know what? And so at the very end of the night,
Thank you, Leon. What time is it? 11:21.
10:21.
It's 10:21. Feels like 11:21. I don't know where I saw 11. Oh, it was 10:21 and 11 seconds.
It's all time is material.
A second ticker that comes next to that.
Does anybody really know what time it is?
Does anybody really care? I don't really know. I do have a question to pose to you, and that question is going to be worth a pair of tickets to see Bruce Orama. All right, and this is going to be one fun night hosted by cult film star Bruce Campbell, who's been on our show many times.
Awesome.
Friday, April 14th at the Keswick Theater. Part one is A Last Fan, starring interactive trivia contest, and it's a bunch of other stuff. I'll read that to you in a minute here. We'll ask this question and see if you can get it right. The question is, what Broadway show will be replacing Stomp? 215-263 WMMR. We found that out just a little while ago. Yeah. Actually, it was not that long ago at all, like less than an hour ago. What Broadway show will be replacing Stomp? 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And this morning it's brought to you by Horizon Services. Lower your home heating cost with a same-day system tune-up from Horizon Services. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. For $79, you can get your spring service for just $59. Book fast at horizonezbook.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Kylie Jenner and Travis Scott have split after spending the holidays apart. Scott has reportedly been eager to focus more time on his concert tour, where he says he's been crushing it. So,
Hey!
SportsGossip.com confirming that 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers is dating 25-year-old model Mallory Edens. Rodgers says he and Edens clicked immediately, which was the sound of his penis locking in place.
Oh my God.
And finally, Celine Dion's fans began protesting outside Rolling Stone's offices on Friday after the magazine left her off a list of the top 200 greatest singers of all time. The large group carried signs and repeatedly chanted, "We're here, we're queer," which you probably already guessed.
Yep. And that's your Hollywood. All right, let's see if we do get an answer to this question. What Broadway show will be replacing Stomp? 215-263. WMMR is the number. First caller in is Eric, so that's the one we'll go to. Hey, Eric, how you doing, man?
What's up?
Yo, bud. All right, so we need to know what Broadway show will be replacing Stomp, please.
That would be Squirt.
Squirt. Yep. Hang on the line, Eric. You got yourself tickets to go see Bruce Orama. 2 events in one fun night hosted by cult film star Bruce Campbell. Friday, April 14th, Keswick Theater. Part 1, a last fan standing interactive trivia contest for fans on fantasy, horror, sci-fi, superheroes, and gaming. Everyone in the audience gets to participate in that. Part 2 is called a Groovy Bruce movie screening,
cool.
including a Q&A with Bruce. And tickets are on sale this Friday, the 13th, at 10 a.m. via AXS.com. So good stuff there, and come and get it, my friend.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. We'll start with this story about Radiohead. They revealed that they are going to be, quote, getting together in early 2023. Phil Selway told Spin that we're going to get together at the start of the year, and I am sure that we're going to start looking at other ideas for what comes next. He said, "Hail to the Thief. It's a long time since that record, isn't it?" The band's last studio album came out in 2016 when A Moon-Shaped Pool, and their last tour was in 2018. So it's been
a while.
Been some time. They need to get on it. Cage the Elephants. Matt Schultz was arrested Thursday night for gun possession. Schultz posted $10,000 bail but awaits a February hearing in New York City. According to Deadline, the 2 firearms were found in Schultz's Lower Manhattan hotel. reporting that cops were called when someone saw him take a gun from his pocket. Schultz appeared to be intoxicated as well.
That's a good thing.
Meanwhile, Consequence reported that the person that allegedly said Schultz was carrying a handgun into a ground floor public bathroom was an employee at the Bowery Hotel. When questioned by the NYPD, Schultz admitted that he owned two .45 caliber guns, a Sig Sauer and a Smith & Wesson, though at the time he reportedly claimed to not remember if they were still in the hotel, but upon receiving a search warrant from a judge, police indeed found the two unlicensed and loaded weapons in his hotel room. So he's facing a little bit of issue with that. Metallica has brought back its archival online streaming service. The band has begun running rare performances from its Black Album era via nugs.net. Metallica sent an email to fans announcing the revamped series, writing, "With help from the archivists at the Metallica Black Box, our friends at nugs.net are bringing back the Wherever We May Roam live stream series from a year ago." Loudwire reported that the series will feature 10 concerts that span 1991 to 93. A new concert will debut every Monday and Sunday for 5 weeks. According to the announcement, they said, if you remember these shows, you know they aren't that polished. The polished productions you'll find today, the standard definition footage comes from Betacam tapes with the occasional camera dropout, and the audio is straight from the soundboard. But these shows aren't just a time capsule from the 90s anymore. They've gotten some modern upgrades, including a new extended edit and mastered audio by Ruben Cohen at Lursen Mastering. So that's coming out. And then finally, Peter Gabriel has dropped Panopticon is what it's called.
Panopticon?
Yeah, I believe is how you say it. Panopticon, the first single from his upcoming album titled I.O. Gabriel said in a press release, the first song is based on a
So that's what inspired the new Peter Gabriel album?
I.O.
That Rocky impression that now he hears it doesn't sound that good?
Yeah. The first song is based on an idea, he said, that I've been working on to initiate the creation of an infinitely expandable, accessible data globe, the Panopticon.
Yeah, keep going.
We are beginning to connect a like-minded group of people who might be able to bring this to life, to allow the world to see itself better and understand more of what's really going on.
What the hell are you talking about?
According to the announcement, the lyric is, in part, inspired by the extraordinary work of three groups, Forensic Architecture, Bellingcat, and the Gabriel co-founded pioneering human rights organization Witness. And the legendary Brian Eno contributed the haunting electronics to Panopticon. Panopticon is Gabriel's first new track since offering up The Veil for Oliver Stone's 2016 film Snowden. So it's been that long for him,
So
too.
this all sounds very Katy Perry.
Doesn't it, though?
Yeah.
It's like California Girls. I.O. marks Gabriel's first mainstream, or A.O. Yeah. All original new album.
There you go.
All original new album since 2002's Up Collection. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I hit the button.
No release date has been announced for I.O., but Gabriel plans to issue
Hulk smash!
a new track off the set to coincide with every upcoming full moon.
He is a very thoughtful kind of guy. This is a very intense subject matter.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of thing you, start a sitcom with.
Yeah. All right. And there you go. That's what I have in music news for you. All right. That wraps up. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, which is a straight up cash this week.
That's it.
And we'll see what Pierre has got cooking for you. We'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I went to go to Wetzel's Pretzels because I wanted to buy some more to bring home to my family.
They were closed.
It was closed.
I was like, what did you do with all those extra pretzels that were in the display case?
When was the last time? When was the last time you remember an all-night pretzel place?
It wasn't that late. It wasn't even 8 o'clock.
Was it as quickly when they introduced you to Joe? Was it as quickly? Hey man, how you doing? Hey, have you ever had Wetzel's Pretzels before? Was it that quick?
It was pretty close.
Yeah,
it was pretty damn close.
That
I've seen you do that before.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that type of thing where it's like, and I know what you're doing. You're just looking to have a normal conversation.
It's an
with someone,
icebreaker.
You're gonna charm them.
All right. Well, anyhow, we have to take a break, I think, right?
No, we do. As a matter of fact,
Because otherwise, I would go to these calls, but we have to.
No, we got to take it.
The regional manager, Wetzel's Pretzels, is on.
Santa's got to go.
He's
Pretzels got to go.
The Northeast region and wants to talk about franchise opportunities.
Listen, the closest one here is at the Fashion District. I already checked, and they're in North Jersey, but that's the only one that is around here.
All right.
So
I can't believe the winner in all of this is Wetzel's Pretzels.
Right, big time.
You know?
You kidding me? Kate Middleton and Prince William are opening up about their family life and what it's like behind palace walls.
We enjoy swinging.
The pair joined baking guru Mary Berry for a Berry Royal Christmas.
I love her.
On the BBC.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Sharing his perspective on how he has been talking to his kids about the causes they champion. William noted that when he drives Prince George and Princess Charlotte to school, they point out homeless people and ask questions.
Daddy, run over them. They frighten me. Will do.
He said on the school run, I know it sounds a little bit...
I killed that one.
Got one.
Keep score back there. Do you all have a pad and paper and pencils and such? 1-1.
You got two that time. William also highlighted his late mother, Princess Diana's work, and credited her with opening his and brother Harry's eyes. And he said that a visit to the Passage Homeless Charity was one of the first places I came to, actually. It must have been between 8 and 10 years old, something like that, and it had a profound effect on me. He said, my mother knew what she was doing with it. She realized that it was very important when you grow up, especially in the life that we grew up in, that you realize that life happens beyond palace walls and that you see the real people struggling with real issues.
And this is the cake woman they're talking to?
This is the cake woman.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me all this time?
Yeah. Mary Berry. And
I simply asked, how are you doing?
The special aired yesterday on the BBC, by the way.
There was a throwaway line that made a lot of press. I guess it was in the Daily Mail. She said to Kate Middleton, basically something like, would you like to squirt on the cake?
Oh, geez.
And so there was actually isolation. They thought that was rather amusing. Why don't you lift up your skirt, hop up on the table, and squirt on the cake? Squirt. You know, like they do in pornographic films.
Royal jelly.
Royal jelly. Wow, you're like a geyser.
Okay. Kevin Costner has set a new drama at ABC. ISB will tell the story of elite special agents of the Investigative Services Branch, whose job it is to solve the most complex and heinous crimes committed in national parks in the Pacific West region.
ISB?
ISB. He is going to produce and write this. It's a procedural. Former The Flash showrunner Aaron Helberg and Costner will co-write and executive produce. And Helbing will also be, act as the showrunner. I don't think he's planning on acting.
He's producing
in the whole thing.
He's also producing a series for NBC called DVDA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which and it's another division, Preston.
I guess that is.
There's 2 openings in that particular division.
Jesus. Well, and there's 2 different divisions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So 4 openings total.
Yeah.
No, 2 openings,
just 2
4
openings.
positions.
Wow. I'm with DVDA. Any openings there? 2.
You guys are talking about the Delaware Valley Dance Academy, right?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
4 positions.
4 positions for 2 openings.
Right.
I needed
Look up
that.
DVDA.
I needed that.
Or don't.
Yeah.
Or don't.
No, or just watch Blue Waffle.
Or you could just know what that
Go
is.
about the rest of your day without doing that.
Did you guys see the updated E.T. commercial that's
I
going on?
did.
It's
Yeah.
great. I love it.
It is
Steven
cool.
Spielberg directed it.
Did he?
That's what
I was wondering because
that's what I read.
I'm like, you can't tread on Steven Spielberg's territory.
Yeah. Well, Henry Thomas, who played Elliot, allegedly tampered with his sobriety test during a DWI stop. According to a police report obtained by TMZ, he refused a breathalyzer during a stop in Oregon. He was reportedly taken to a station and put in a holding cell. And when a urine sample was taken, the report claims he filled it with toilet water.
The oldest trick in the book. E.T. taught him that.
He denies the claim.
If you're ever arrested for drinking, take your urine specimen and mix it with toilet water.
He denies the claim. Last month, the 48-year-old pleaded no contest to driving under the influence. He was given a $500 fine. I was also told to attend a victim impact panel and install a car
Here,
breathalyzer.
I'll piss in a cup for you.
Oh, my God.
There are no minerals in this urine that are not even on Earth anywhere.
It's purple.
It looks like the purple stuff. You drink instead of Sunny Delight.
Breaking news.
Really?
What's up?
Marissa was just telling me you sent it over. Okay. We heard rumblings about this. I guess Monday that Pearl Jam is going to have new music out.
Oh yeah, Bill mentioned something to us about that.
Okay. We have a clip of the song Marissa just sent over.
Oh.
And she's going to get you some information on the album. What's the name of the song, Marissa?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She does not. What is it?
It's called Four Corners.
Four Corners.
Four Corners. Just a clip of the song. You want to play?
Ready to go now?
Yeah.
Did you finish the endorsement or the?
I did. Yeah. So limited time offer was the last part of that.
All right.
New music, Pearl Jam. Just a clip of it.
Like 40
Very cool.
seconds.
All right, here we go. Let's check this out.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Even as soon as the vocals started, his head popped up.
But it was believable vocals. The first line of the vocals, I was like, well, Casey's going to make fun of this. What's the guitar?
It's actually Mike McCready.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But you can play now. Both you can play.
Not this.
You know how some songs speak to you more than others?
A little easy listening for you this morning on 93.3 WMMR. Volbeat becoming. Got some energy to it, no question. 10:38, Monday morning. Program coming to a close. One down and a few more to go before Friday will arrive. It'll be here before you know it. We're counting with you, my friend. But we'll ease the pain along the way with stuff to win, things to chat about, and so on. But yeah, today's been a good day.
It has been.
Enjoyed it. And we should see some plenty of sunshine like we're seeing right now, going up to about 46 degrees and warming up as we get towards the end of the week as well. I would like to thank our one and only guest who was on this morning, and that was Jade McLeod. Hey! Jade, very lovely person who is in one of the lead roles for Jagged Little Pill, is at the Academy of Music through Sunday. And we gave away some tickets today. If you want to get some, you can go to kimmelculturalcampus.org. But it was cool to talk to Jade and just reminisce about what an amazing album
it is.
That Jagged Little Pill is. So we thank Jade for being on this morning. Pierre Robert is here looking at his glasses, getting all set, cleaning things up. Got to have them crystal clear.
Just like my program.
Just like your program. Unblemished.
Flawless.
Just like the interior space between both ears.
Just clear and flawless.
In my head. Crystal clear.
Crystal clear. Yeah. Clarity is your middle name.
Clarity. Pete Clarity Roberts.
Nice. How was your weekend?
Fine, thank you.
Excellent.
It's so nice out.
Is it?
It's not warm, but it's crisp.
I love that.
Clean. It's not painfully cold.
The sun always helps.
Yeah, the sun helps. There's no wind blowing. And blissfully, my home country in California is finally getting some moisture, almost too much. It seems to be feast or famine in the weather department, but they've had such terrible droughts in California. We are a little on the light side for ski areas and stuff out here. Out there.
Pounded, right?
Pounded. I mean, they just got one storm and another one's on the heels of that, another one on the heels of that. They have like 3 or 4 feet of snow up at Lake Tahoe.
Wow.
You can't travel between the base of the Sierra foothills up to Lake Tahoe, which is like an hour and a half drive. The roads are closed.
You know, Jeremy Renner had that. He has a place in Tahoe, and he had that plow, and he was plowing out, his area, and he was showing an area he had plowed, and the snow is up like 6, 7 feet, 8 feet. Just crazy amounts of snow.
It's absolutely wild.
And you're right here is like, we were going to go yesterday and we looked at the mountain we were going to go to. There were 4 trails open.
Oh, wow. Right.
I was like, this is not worth it. And they had to close down after being opened in December because there's just no snow and not even time to make it.
A friend of mine skis up in New York, and would that be the Adirondacks and
Wyndham or Hunter or
I don't know the ski area, but he sent me a picture, and it was clearly one of those snow-made things because you could see the snow, and then immediately there was an edge, and it was the field, which is a clear sign of making snow, but. Whatever works.
Well, we're holding out hope because the Cardboard Classic is coming up March 3rd.
We got plenty for that.
Plenty of snow coming.
I've already
for that.
ordered it.
By the way, hopefully we'll have an announcement later this week for registration and get people start signing up to be a part of that whole thing. Our first time at Montage Mountain in Scranton. So we're looking, and Rodney over the weekend was sending us pictures of the area from which we will be broadcasting from.
It's perfect.
It's beautiful.
It's like exactly what we've always wanted.
It's a little bit more modern than what we have been broadcasting from in the past, and it looks awesome. So I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully we'll have snow.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we will.
Letter of the day, my man?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
C as in cardboard.
All right, C as in cardboard. We're going to give away $300. It's that simple. We will do that on Friday, so keep track of the letters, and next thing you know, we'll have some cash in your pocket. What's happening on the program today, Pierre?
We have a Jimmy Page birthday, so obviously a block of Led Zeppelin. We have a Dave Matthews birthday, so obviously a block of Dave. And Neil Peart passed, as you know, yesterday. We did a vinyl cut, a really nice vinyl cut, Time Stand Still, on Friday. And I was flashing back because that was the last song you and I played in the tribute. Did we do a 2 or was it a 3-hour? I think it was a 3-hour tribute.
It might have been a 3-hour tribute, yeah.
The Sunday following when he passed, you and I came in. Has it been 2 years?
3.
3, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll do a full block today.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods and local flavors. Tomorrow on the phone, we're going to have comedian Andrew Collin popping in, and Steve Gutenberg.
The Steve Gutenberg.
The Steve Gutenberg will be on the show tomorrow. Yeah, Cocoon and Police Academy and all that
La
stuff.
Valantula?
Yeah, that's right.
Romeo and Juliet?
Probably. Yeah, why not? Yeah. All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody's good to have you on the map.